great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us. Let's see what's making headlines this morning. Nigeria's $1.1 billion loan request may be approved soon, says World Bank. Dangote refinery imports crude from Equatorial Guinea, report says. EFCC recovers $365.4 billion in 2024, secures 4,111 convictions. US launches wave of airstrikes on Yemen's Houthis. Carabao Cup, Newcastle defeat Liverpool to end 70-year trophy drought. Well, we begin the news in Nigeria, where the World Bank has revealed that it may approve a total of $1.13 billion in loans for the country before the end of March 2025. This is part of ongoing efforts to support the country's economic resilience, health security, and education reforms. According to information published on the World Bank's website, 3 key projects for Nigeria are at the stage of negotiation, including the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria 2.0 program valued at $80 million. The Apex Bank says the initiative is aimed at improving nutrition outcomes, particularly among vulnerable groups, by enhancing access to essential dietary support and reducing malnutrition rates. Moving on, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has bought its first cargo of Equatorial Guinea's medium sweet saver crude. This is coming amid reports that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has supplied fresh cargoes of crude to the refinery. According to reports, Dangote Refinery bought the 950,000 barrel cargo loading over April in the past week. While the price level is yet to be disclosed, the tracking data shows that two cargoes loading in February and March this year are signaling Zhangjiang in China. Still on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has revealed that it recovered over 365.4 billion naira and secured 4,111 convictions in 2024. The Commission's Executive Chairman Ola Olukoyede revealed this in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State at the end of a three-day retreat for the Commission directors. Olukoyede, in a statement by the Commission's spokesperson Dele Oyewale on Saturday, March 15th, attributed the feat achieved to the commitment, sacrifices and dedication of staff, promising to surpass the record in 2025. Now to end the local news, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention (NCDC) has reported that 1,319 people have died in the country's ongoing diphtheria outbreak. The agency revealed this in its latest situation report from the National Diphtheria Emergency Operations Center, published in its official website. According to the NCDC, more than 42,000 suspected cases have been recorded across 36 states since 2022. The latest report covers Epidemiological Week This latest report covers Epidemiological Week 10 of 2025, highlighting ongoing challenges in controlling the outbreak, including low vaccination coverage, inadequate laboratory capacity, and delays in confirming cases. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has revealed that the country launched a decisive and powerful wave of airstrikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen, citing the group's attacks on shipping in the Red Sea as the reason. Trump says that the Houthi thugs, funded by Iran, have fired missiles at United States aircraft targeted troops and allies. The president added that their piracy, violence, and terrorism had cost billions and put lives at risk. The Houthi-run Health Ministry also revealed that at least 31 people were killed, while 101 others were injured in the strikes. Also, President Trump has signed an order to strip back the federally funded news organization Voice of America, accusing it of being anti-Trump and radical. A statement issued by the White House revealed that the order would ensure taxpayers are no longer on the hook for radical propaganda. VOA's director Mike Abramowitz said he himself and virtually his entire staff of 1,300 people had been put on paid leave, with the order restricting them from carrying out its vital mission. And now to sport. Newcastle United on Sunday defeated Liverpool by 2-1, securing their first major trophy since 1955. The Magpies in a historic Carabao Cup final at Wembley Stadium defeated the Reds to clinch the first silverware of the 2024-2025 football season. Newcastle broke the deadlock just before halftime when defender Dan Burn headed in a goal from a corner in first half stoppage time. Newcastle continued their dominance in the second half, with Alexander Isak doubling their lead in the 52nd minute, capitalizing on a defensive lapse by Liverpool. Now to end the news, Chelsea's hopes of securing a Champions League spot for next season took a hit after a 1-0 defeat to Arsenal at the Emirates yesterday, March 15th. Mikel Merino scored the only goal of a lackluster contest, helping Arsenal solidify their second-place position, closing the gap to 12 points behind league leaders Liverpool. Despite remaining in fourth place, the Blues now have 5 teams ranging from Manchester City to Aston Villa. These were the top headlines this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Paper Review. Stay with us.
The good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future, and we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, people know Lagos for erratic power supply, people know Lagos for audacity, all those things, we made sure we kept them. We just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. Things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking, but somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars. And we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars? So everybody else is still in traffic. So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Hola! Oh yeah, sorry. It's enough, thank you.
Oh, zip my necklace for you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about a year and a half of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kigali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 to the magazine.
Kigali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kigali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because he had a similar vision that aligned with ours, and I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Zeki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kigali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the Issue 0 one, which, I don't know if Ziki told you this, I kept and I was like, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if people are excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is capturing people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kigali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That way I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long, or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023, and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually 2 different entities.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simin, Tola, Kole, and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast of this animation like?
The casting process was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of hard work. How it worked is Disney had their own casting agent who was liaising with a casting agent in Nigeria, Lala Akindoju, And so it varied from character to character. So for people like Bode, the first set of auditions I received, Femi Branch's audition, I was like, this guy is Bode. So we didn't really have to look too far. But for someone like Tola, I had to listen to many dozens of auditions. But then eventually, I think it was in the second or third round of auditions, I heard Simi's voice and I was like, this is our Tola. But the most important thing that I kept in the back of my mind for casting is ensuring that the actors and actresses that play the various roles could capture that Lagos spirit, that people from here would listen to them and they would sound exactly like the people they know, their brothers, their sisters, their friends, their colleagues. So it was a lot of fun, and I think the cast brought so much magic to the show.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
You want to see the real Lagos?
Let's go!
So Iwaju is out now on Disney Plus, and it will be out on other Disney channels. Are there other channels to watch?
At the moment, it's just the two, so Disney Plus, and then DSTV is not out in DSTV today. It's going to be out in DSTV in April. I can't remember the exact dates.
Yeah, the Disney Channel, April 22nd to 26th, and then April 29th to, I believe, the 3rd of May. In any case, you can get the information online and check the schedule for the Disney Channel.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
My role on Iwaju is that of the director and the writer of the series. So I collaborated with, as the director, I collaborated with everyone to bring the series to life, and as the writer, I worked with my co-writer to ensure that the story was the highest possible quality.
Now, Ziki is from Lagos, Nigeria, but after the first 15 years of his life, he relocated to the UK, and even though he comes back to Lagos regularly, he's more based in the UK. So because I am based in Lagos till date, it means I'm more in touch with certain realities in Lagos than he is. And I can give an example of the public transport system. Whenever Ziki is in Lagos, he drives. I live in Lagos, I have a car, I drive, but my car could get spoiled sometimes. And maybe it takes me a few days to fix the car. I'll probably take public transport. So when I'm taking public transport, which is something Ziki does not do when he's here, it means if Ziki writes a scene where a character takes public transport, he might miss out on one or two details. Yes, he's from Lagos, he's from Nigeria, he wrote a Nigerian story, but certain finer details may be not quite there when he writes it. And then it's my job to say, this is how this would come through. This is what this should look like. So my role was just to make sure it stayed grounded and culturally authentic to Lagos.
So me as Hamid Ibrahim, my role as a production designer, for this show, we call it Production Designer Plus. That was the inside that we would call it, just because generally in Kugali how we work, Ziki handles the narrative side, or whatever writer handles the narrative side, and I usually completely take over the visual side. And in most stories, we understand that's different, where they're like, oh, the director directs the visual side as well, right? And then he tells the production designer the kind of vision he has for the world. Whereas in here, I build the vision of the world. That's why we add the plus on it. So pretty much anything you see visually on screen is kind of a baby kind of directed by me, if you put that in quotes. So production designer plus in that way. But obviously, I'm trying to adhere everything to the theme Ziki wants to tell and the story Ziki wants to tell. But it's a very critical thing for me not to make it a world build on the backs of the characters, because usually a place exists for some people coming. I want it to feel like a lived-in place as these characters live inside. So if you remove our own main characters and you put other characters in this world, they could still exist and function wholly. So that was my role. So building the world of Iwaju.
We're going to be late.
Lagos traffic is no respecter of persons. So you want to see the real Lagos?
Yes!
Thank you very much for watching. That was such a beautiful conversation. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at BusinessDayNG. And don't forget to check out our website for more exciting stories at www.businessday.ng. Thanks for watching.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw into to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us once again on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the paper review segment, and we are set to review what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, I've got joining me in the studio, Mr. Mohammed Akonji. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good. We had a bit of a bout of flu over the weekend, but at least I'm a bit better.
That.
relative to yesterday. Yesterday it was a bit drowsy and feeling a bit not sitting, the way Qatar and cold can really be, the bout was serious. But it's a bit better this morning. So let's chime in. And I think we woke up to the news of the two big presidents likely going to be able to meet today. I mean, this week, US and Russia. Trump said that yesterday. That he's likely going to be able to meet Vladimir Putin this week. And maybe they will not be able to end the war. Certain conditions were put on ground, in terms of assets that will actually be divided. He mentioned things around land and power plants that may actually be ceded to Russia. And maybe we'll see what Russia will come out. Russia released their demand yesterday for peace to return in the Russia-Ukraine war. But an important thing there is that negotiators have been discussing on both sides, on the tripartite side. But today, this week, the two presidents will likely meet to see how they can be able to fashion out directions for peace, which everybody has actually been praying for. The implication of that has been huge, For example, the Yemen strike, I think US struck most of the Yemenis military sites over the night, and we know what the Houthis rebel in Yemen have been doing, in terms of solidarizing with the Palestinians, the Hamas. So they've been attacking ships along, the Black Sea. That's actually coming down, and that has actually been able to affect the prices of food, because the normal directions that that ships are expected to be able to take is actually taking longer route, and that is affecting global inflation to be able to go above expected level. So we know that this discussion will have a long-standing, positive domino effect on a whole lot of other things that's actually happening on the global scene.
Right, and speaking of the global scene, let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Let's start off with the Vanguard this morning. The big story on the Vanguard says, global trade war. Naira value depreciates amid forex outflows. And then the writer goes on to say that CBN intervenes with $500 million as Naira depreciates to 1,600 Naira per dollar. The currency dealers lament dollar scarcity and project further Naira depreciation. Banks not selling dollars to us. BDC operators seek CBN's intervention. We'll come to that very shortly. Again, on the top left-hand side, it says UBA ICANN partner to drive innovation in finance accounting. Rivers Government Assembly in war of words over budget presentation. Fubara frustrating implementation of Supreme Court judgment. This is according to the Rivers State Assembly. Again, Serap sues Akpabio over Senator Akpoti Uduaghan's suspension. This continues on page 10. And then on the bottom side of the paper of the Vanguard newspaper this morning, it says, abductors of Ondo businessman and wife, daughter demand 30 million naira ransom. This continues on page 10. And on page 9 it says, we won't follow El Rufai to SDP. Of course, this is all talking about the old party politics and trying to move to one party from one party to another. Then in the world of sports,
Lamido, right?
Says Lamido. Okay. In the world of sports, it says FIFA 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Amruche lists 13 pros for Super Eagles showdown. But let's start off with the big story, which is on the global trade war. It says Naira value depreciates amid forex outflows. What more can you tell us about this story?
Oh, of course, global trade war. Those are the ripple effect of what is likely going to happen. Remember when this trade war started towards the middle of February, when Donald Trump, the focal point there, started by imposing tariffs. Started with Mexico, China, and Canada. And we know that the ripple effect is what will actually be felt across the globe. In fact, Europe, at this point in time, have actually been reeling. The one of Europe coming to effect to last week, the 25% flat tariff that is imposing. So Nigeria too has not actually been left out of the cycle of these things. Fine, tariff has not been imposed on us, but we understand that the implication of that is that the uncertainty, in fact, that's actually surrounding that tariff has actually been able to cause Naira to be able to depreciate in the last 2 weeks. Remember what you have seen since the beginning of January to about 6 to 8 weeks until like middle of February, we've seen consistently the Naira appreciate on a day-on-day basis. But the launching of the trade war that Donald Trump has actually been able to start imposing has created that problem where Nigeria, because we have most of the foreign investors, remember, the investors are bringing their money into the economy. And by bringing it now, with the trade tariff that's actually happening between, that US is actually imposing, is sending a kind of a jittery down the spine of many investors. And what we've seen is investors are taking out their foreign currencies, their foreign investment out of most of the major economies, because no one for now still know how the direction will go. So as much as possible, I remember one to be able to mention that capital is a coward. It always be able to look for where it can be able to have like a peace of mind. So whenever there is element of uncertainty and tension brewing, you tend to see investors trying to be able to withdraw their money and likely to be able to put it into something that look a bit certain. And that is what is happening. Now, the report shows that, in fact, to be able to boost the supply as a result of that, Naira depreciated by 1,600 last week. That was the first one, maybe the first we've seen since January 31. It has actually been hovering around 1,005 to 1,590. But because of this incessant depreciation, where investors, foreign exchange are flowing out of the country instead of actually flowing into the country. Exactly. So flowing out of the country has actually affected the exchange rate, because that pressure was actually coming, and most of the investors were demanding for their foreign currencies to take out of not only Nigeria actually, because in fact last week one of the reports done by Steers shows how that pressure is actually affecting most of the sub-Saharan African countries because of the ripple effect of what Trump is doing, imposing tariff on all those. So CBN last week invested, or even boosted the forex market by selling up to about $500 million, of forex, of foreign exchange currencies in their vault. But despite that, the week on Friday, we don't know what the market. I have not seen what the market looks like today. So the parallel market closed at 1,600. The official market has closed at about 1,548, which is still far above what the central bank is trying to maintain. Don't forget, the budget that we passed this year was to be maintained at about 1,500 naira. That was actually the target of the exchange rate. So anything above that, the central bank is doing everything possible, defending it, using policies, using other strategies to ensure that they actually be able to keep it within the level. So the situation of this type for this particular tariff, just like I said, between US, Canada, China, and then the European Union, escalated. The escalation is actually getting, and the man is not doubling down, despite all the criticisms, despite all the backlash that they're actually receiving, has been receiving about this you're doing is likely going to be able to set the world on fire, because every country, no one has a monopoly of that. If you impose tariff on them, on other nations, you expected a counter tariff to be imposed on you as well. And when that happens, that cycle will continue. And the continuation of that particular cycle is countries like us in Nigeria, for example, will be one of the most affected. If you read the riders to that particular story, you will see about, I think the $50 million, but there was a part there about now banks are not even selling exactly. That's where I'm actually going. They're not selling the BDCs again, unlike what we were doing before, because most of the investors who have their money there are the ones they're attending to right now, because they're the primary people to be settled. So a lot of them were taking up the money, and then we have been able to attribute that depreciation to this global trade war. And until nations come to terms to see, maybe through WTO, World Trade Organization, where Professor Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala led, to see how they can be able to mediate in that discussion. Because the way he kept mentioning, I'm talking about Trump now, is the fact that US is at the receiving end. They've not been benefiting. They've just been like a Father Christmas to other countries. And so they took advantage of their magnanimity to just be importing anything to their nation. And research and experts have shown that that's not the case. Most of the claims, look at the case about fentanyl. This particular drug that I said comes all the way from Canada into the US. And then the report shows that, in fact, less than 1% of fentanyl is actually even coming from there. And then he has been able to create this media sensation to say, oh, we have to be able to shut the border to Canada, unless Canada become the 51st state of US.
Right.
You know, that the kind of drugs that people actually be able to smuggle through the border to US. So these are some of the rhetorics that Trump is putting out there, and is actually be able to create a lot of uncertainty. That's what I can say. Apart from you know, the wars that are going around, the economic uncertainty is brewing, and it's not looking like doubling down. Feel like everything he's doing in his own way and his own wisdom is for the American people. So the effect is what we are seeing right now, and experts are saying that this week might even be worse because the European Union received their own tariff imposition last week. So it is this week we expect them to react. The thing came, I think, on Wednesday to European Union countries, EU generally, 27 member countries. So the reaction today, the president of the European Union Central Bank was just talking about they're going to meet today in Brussels to discuss how they're going to be able to respond. But we know that their own response as well will be about billions of dollars of American import that come into Europe. Will also be, tariff will be imposed on them. And some of these things, you know, find their ways of actually going across the borders, across nations. And that's way we feel like God will be able to affect us. Just a reaction to another story there about Sule Lamido, who is a PDP chieftain. I think you read that as well.
Yeah, we won't follow fight to
SDP. Okay, and in fact, it was it was quite poignant in his response on Saturday. So it was on Saturday. I think I listened to that in one of the TV interviews that he granted to say, oh, it's like a son telling his grandfather how to live. You know, that was actually the analogy he created. Lamido is the chieftain of the PDP. He was a former governor of Jigawa State. And because if you remember very well, maybe recalled that El Rufai, while defecting, made some clarion calls. Though he never mentioned Lamido, but he mentioned some names: the former vice president, the Labour Party presidential candidate, the former governor of Osun State, Aregbesola, to follow him to SDP, so they can be able to align and be aligned to be able to take over power in 2027. So I think it was a fallout of that Lamido was responding to say, no, PDP hasn't done anything to him to warrant, you know, leaving the party, if that is the case, maybe. Then Sarah, because I know Elizabeth and Sarah always be able to have one issue or the other. The 48 hours given to Akpabio lapsed on Friday, and they've said they are going to go to court today to institute a case over Senator Natasha's suspension. But sometimes I'm still trying to be able to come to terms, because maybe the ground for the appeal, the ground for the suspension, is that if there's a violation, if there's a breach of house rules, had there no measures to be able to disciplinary members? Maybe let the courts, because what you're saying here is
you've been following up on this story,
of course,
where the Senator
Natasha
Akpoti Uduaghan's story, you know, this whole back and forth. What really are your thoughts on it?
That's what I'm saying. So now the issue of sexual allegation is still standing there. That's another kettle of fish. The issue of seat adjustment, seat allocation, I think, is what led to our suspension. That's what I'm saying. And when that is the case, what is the house rules? There are rules everywhere it goes. It said if you're in Rome, behave like the Romans, or do like the Romans. So the rules there is that the Senate president has the power to allocate and reallocate the seats, depending on adjustments as and when due, as and when situation demands. So remember, this was actually the fundamental, this was the foundation of this crisis that actually happened before the issue of sexual harassment and those other allegations came to the fore. Now, the Senate is actually saying that she was suspended on the basis of breaching the House rule. That was actually the basis. So, but she was saying, no, I have a petition submitted to the House Ethics, and she expected Senator Akpabio to set aside. You know, it can't be a judge in your own case, as they will say. Maybe set aside, both of them, they submit themselves to the committee. You know, that was actually our position. But the Senate is actually coming out through Senator Daramodu, who is the spokesperson, to say, no, that case is pending at the moment. In fact, we cannot be able to do a contempt of the court, because there are cases of that is already in court over sexual allegation. Why she was suspended was as a result of violating the House rules. And I think they need to be able to draw that boundary. But what Serap is saying is that by suspending a senator who represents a larger chunk of people, that means those group of people will not be represented, will not have representation for 6 months. So if we have in that Kano, Kogi Central, where she emanated from, millions of people are there whom she represents, and who are expected to be able to channel their grievances, their needs, and their desires. At least they're also part of Nigeria, and they needed to be able to have her to table their demands too. So without suspension, that will not be the case. So would that actually be considered right? But this is not the first time, as I said. 3 senators, before now, 2 other senators have been suspended, if you remember. Abdullahi Ningi was suspended last year. And then,
why was it suspended?
Okay, because it's about this budget padding or no budget padding thing.
Okay.
So he was saying there were 2 budgets in vogue. That is the budget here, and there's another one, about 3 trillion difference also, but there was one budget of 20, that's 2024 budget, he was talking about that. The budget they are seeing here is 23 trillion. And there's another budget that was reading 28 trillion. But maybe she was not, because he was not partly informed, because it was one that eventually apologized to, because he felt like maybe there was some other current or underhand that were actually going. So he was suspended when he made that. Remember as well, Senator, this man from Borno South, this very, very popular senator from Borno South. It's from Borno State.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think
so he was also suspended as well over what they actually be able to consider. In fact, it was the Senate whip. I'm trying to be able to remember. He's a very, very popular senator. In fact, he was the chief whip at the time before he was relieved of that. So we know it has happened where if there are breach of house rules, you will definitely be suspended.
But you know now the senator Natasha has gone to the IPU to say, oh, this is what happened, to tender a case. And there are conversations about, she did also say that, oh, so in case of my suspension and what I'm not supposed to be doing, I shouldn't even be here now, but I've come here because this is my only, according to her, this is my only hope. What do you think will be the outcome of this?
Okay, so you remember the IPU chairperson eventually said, okay, we're going to hear the other side. And on Thursday, Senator Kafilat Ogbara, Honorable Kafilat, who represent Nigeria on the IPU, was very much there to, who read on the floor of the IPU, the Parliamentary Union, the Senate position. And that was exactly what they said, that a ground of sexual harassment was not what the House treated. What was treated was a violation of the House rule. So the case will be heard this from tomorrow, because at least they've had the 2 sides of the story. To say, okay, you've come here to be able to come and table your concerns, fine. Let's hear the other side. And we've had the other side as well. And they have said the sexual harassment or the sexual allegation case that she brought forth was not even attended because the case is in court. And then they cannot be able to do anything. That would actually constitute.
So that particular case is in court, according to that.
Case of sexual harassment. So the case of a suspension was a violation of the House rule. That was what the Senate, the majority leader, the letter that was actually read, that was sent to the IPU, was that the ground for a suspension was this, and not on the basis of sexual harassment. So, but she was saying even a violation of that, the treatment that was being meted out to her was on the back of, are refusing the sexual advances of the Senate president. But I'm sure the case is in court. And so I don't know when this is actually going to be able to come out for hearing. The case of sexual allegation, because the wife of Akpabio has gone to court. Some people in his own constituency as well have also been able to go to court over that particular matter. So maybe that's what we are waiting for, to see how it will eventually be able to settle that. But they are doubling down as well to say, these are house rules. They brought out their constitutions. Because they have a constitution that says, okay, this is how things should be done. And there are disciplinary measures for any member of the House or any member of the Senate who violates those provisions. That's what they are saying.
So let's just stay in Nigeria now. Okay. The Rivers State government and the House of Assembly, they're in war of words over budget presentation now. Of course,
Mohammed Ndume is his name. Ali Ndume.
Okay, right. Fubara frustrating implementation of Supreme Court judgment, and this according to the Rivers Assembly. Of course, this is a conversation that we've been having for a while now. The back and forth and all of that stuff. So this is quite a very unique story.
Of course, the story has been going here. We all know what happened. It was actually very, very, very glaring, in the full public glare of, it was glaring to everyone what happened over last week when the governor went to the house, the complex, Lagos Assembly complex, the makeshift one, because the main complex was, remember, there was a bomb blast there. It was actually blown up 2 years ago when the crisis was at its hilt. So the river governor said, I wrote a letter, I sent a letter through my SSG, Secretary of State Government, to them that I'm actually coming to represent the budget, you know, as instructed by the Supreme Court. But remember, it was there and it was shut out of the complex. Now, the other side of the story was what the assembly members were now coming up with now to say, no letter was written to us. We didn't get anything from him. And he was actually trying to be able to play to the gallery. So that was what they are saying. The argument there is still, did they get the letter or did they not get it? It is still not really, because the governor was able to show us that, okay, I sent this letter to my SSJ, and I even be able to announce it, you know, to say that I'm coming to represent the 2025 budget, where, I mean, it was eventually shut out, you know, last week. How that will unfold, the people are still saying they are gravitating, they want impeaching the governor. Maybe that's the end goal that they wanted. And they wanted to ensure that the scope is full. So ensure they have enough ground of allegations, enough weight to say these are the grounds that we're going to use to be able to impeach the governor.
Okay, let's see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. The Punch newspaper this morning, another interesting spread. It says, how subsidy removal tension worsened Niger's fuel scarcity. Again, fuel marketers decry closure of stations at border towns. Citizens demand more Nigerian goods. And this continues on page 35. Upward, it says, governors lobby Tinubu to block local government direct payment. And then moving downwards on the sides on page 4 and 5, it says, Ashake ready to buy me house, says father. Baby mama alleges neglect. Again, we'll come to that and just, you know, talk about the interesting story. Now, 59 killed and 155 hospitalized in Macedonian nightclub fire. That's really tragic situation. And on page 20 of the Punch newspaper this morning, it says, minimum wage poor, labor leaders betrayed workers. This is according to former President Obasanjo. Now, let's start with the big story, which is talking about subsidy removal and tension worsening Niger's fuel scarcity and fuel marketers decrying closure of stations at border towns and citizens demanding more Nigerian goods. What more do you know about the story?
Of course, it's was actually a very big explain analysis done by Punch correspondent over there to see how the removal of subsidy first in Nigeria in 2023, how it has reduced or how it has been able to impact smuggling generally. Most of the borders, most of the bordering towns in Niger Republic that border Nigeria, you know, those towns there, have actually relied on most of this smuggled fuel. You know, they come to Nigeria, get them, buy them at the subsidized rates, and then take them to some of those borders to sell and then do some brisk business as a result of that. Now, this analysis here shows that, in fact, show that one thing first is that subsidy has removed the smuggling. Now, the governor of the president or the military leaders in Niger Republic has actually been able to sign a bilateral deal with the Chinese refiners who are refining, who are supposed to be able to help them to be able to refine fuel in Niger. But there have been some issues over that, and so they've not been able to take off. So they still rely on fuel coming from Nigeria. So that is one. Two, their exit from ECOWAS has now escalated the problem. That has further escalated it. Because some of those benefits, those inter-trade that happens between us, or some of what we can call like trade benefits, some of those benefits that you tend to be able to benefit by being a member of an economic association or an economic union are no longer there. And that's, so they're showing, reports there was actually showing towns, border towns, villages in Niger where people, in fact, are queuing up at filling stations to be able to buy fuel. You know, those sites that you regularly be able to see in Nigeria. So when you're able to read that story, you will see specific mentions. We actually mention of places, border towns that will be able to see there. Mentioned here by Punch, for example. So the just like our own NNPC here. So the NNPC is called the Sony Dep, and they believe that 50% of the oil that they consume in Nigeria Republic come from Nigeria. So the MD, the commercial director of that particular company called State-Owned Nigerian Company for Oil Products, Sony Dep, was actually saying that the current administration, as a result of the military leadership that is there, have actually halted the flow of those fuel that come from Nigeria.
Okay.
And that has actually been able to create a long queues. Now, what they did was to be able to face China and see if China can be able to help them to be able to build their own refinery and they can refine locally. But that has not taken effect yet. And as a result of that, a lot of scarcity is really, really brewing. I mean, it's really a reality right now in Nigeria Republic, and people are really, really crying and lamenting over that. If you read the writers to that particular story, I think the second part of that as well was you can see fuel marketers
cry closure of stations at border
towns,
and citizens demand more Nigerian goods.
More Nigerian goods. In addition to even fuel, there are other things that they rely on Nigeria for, which have actually been blocked as a result of the exit. The exit of ECOWAS was like the straw that even broke the camel's back, and that has actually been able to exacerbate, current economic struggles that people are facing in Nigeria Republic at the moment. So, if you read that, it was actually a very deep explainer that was actually done, and deep analysis with some interviews even conducted, there. So. It's a really, really a very big challenge right now, because even the refineries that they had before, the one in Zinda, yes, that's one of the village, Zinda, where the refinery is not even enough to meet up to 30% of local demand, not even up to. So that's why 50% already come from Nigeria, then they got 30%, and then 20% they source it out from other sources. Yeah, they do have oil, maybe not in the same quantum as we do have. And that's what they're actually trying to be able to get the Americans, the Chinese to help with, building refineries to make them available.
Let's speak on this story that is on page 2. Governors lobby Tinubu to block LG direct payments. Why is that? What's going on with that?
I mean, these but remember, it's lobbying anyway. Since Supreme Court judgment came 2 years ago, that allocations should be paid directly into the local government account, or rather the joint account that they maintain. We've been seeing, I don't know what I can call it. We see a lot of subterfuge, a lot of strategies being deployed, a lot of tactics being deployed by the governors to ensure that, to ensure that they still have a bite of the cherry. Part of that is still actually coming to them. And that's why you see a lot of them quickly rush to go and do local government elections, whether it's a sham election. The Rivers State has taught us some lessons, how the central bank will be able to rubbish it. And we've seen a lot of several other ones. Look at the case of Osun State as well, and a lot of all those other ones. So the governors have been trying to be able to see how to circumvent that judgment, maybe circumvent it, how to be able to work around the judgment to still ensure that when the money is still being paid, that is paid into the joint account, where the state government has exclusive access to, and not. So in that report, there are specific governors, specific names were not mentioned, but it was stated that the last week meeting that they had, the governors were actually invited to the Aso Rock to break the fasting with the president, and that was where discussions emanated. Those that were actually close to those quarters were the ones that actually be able to book this news. That governors were seeing how they can be able to set the precedent that the local government themselves are still beholden to them. They're still beholden to the state government. And so the money allocations due to them should still be paid into the joint account in one way or the other. That will not seem as if they are contravening the judgment of the Supreme Court. But at the same time, they are not capable enough, because that's one of the things quoted here. The local government are not capable enough to be able to manage those funds themselves. And then it is quite obvious. But most of the elections that you see that it is only the governors' people that will be able to that always be able to sweep up most of the local governments that are available. So you still see that the governors are still having that hang, they're still having that hold of what happens at the local government.
Right.
That is still a very big
interesting
thing.
And again, minimum wage poor, labor leaders betrayed workers. This according to Obasanjo
Sure
on
it's
page 20.
It's a
What's
fallout
that about?
It's a fallout of his paper. I mean, these are just the excerpt of his book that he just wrote, that he launched last week Thursday.
Okay, I see this is the era of writing books.
Okay, but Obasanjo has always been. Maybe this is another book that he just wrote.
Yes,
and I'm sure it will be one of the things he laid credence to, or he mentioned, was how Labour, who would have threatened fire and brimstone, would have called for a protest, would have called for strike, would back off, at the 11th hour when it matters most. So we've seen the shot that he has fired. Several shots have been fired in the book to the presidency, now to Labour. In fact, at the time to Rivers State government, to what's it called? We have seen shots that have actually been fired to the president, over the Lagos Calabar Highway, exactly, and they have responded. You see that Thursday, Friday last week. If you've seen the papers, if you've seen the TV news, you see the presidency. I'm talking about the spokesperson there coming out to be able to fire back at the president and making very, very bold claim that most of what they have done have actually been for the benefit of Nigerians. Because he considered, I'm talking about Sojo in that book, Nigeria Past the Present, he considered the book one that he said Lagos Calabar was a waste of money. The 21 billion VP suit or VP lodge, was considered was an affront on Nigerians, when Nigerians are suffering, expending that huge amount of money in building a VP lodge and other things like that. But you've seen back-to-back press releases, right? Press facing and other things that the presidency have been doing. And other things the president mentioned here now is about minimum wage, right? That Labour have betrayed Nigerians, despite coming from a very high ground, right? Remember the ground they are coming from, almost 500,000 naira, right? Before settling down for 70,000. And even as at that, they've not been able to stand their ground to enforce enforcement, as some states have not been able to do the needful in terms of paying that. So I'm sure if you read that book, I've not read it. I just do a snippet of it over the weekend. Somebody shared it.
I know that this continues on page 70. Well, to get more understanding on the story, you might need to catch or grab a copy of the book. I can't remember the name of the title of
Nigeria Past and Present.
Nigeria Past and Present, yes. So you might need to grab a copy of former President Olusegun Obasanjo's book. But let's also talk about this story a little on the lighter side. It's all about the Nigerian musician Ashake, who has been sort of in the news for a couple of days now.
Yes.
Firstly, his father comes and says that he abandoned him. Doesn't take care of him. 2 years. He hasn't seen him. He doesn't take his calls and all of that. And people are saying that, oh yes, we understand that deadbeat fathers deadbeat fathers, mothers, whatever. Do they really deserve anything from us when we're successful? Okay. Yeah, there's conversations around that, but there are also the people that are on the side of, oh yeah, it's still your father, and now you are very, very successful. So even if you're giving him 500,000 naira, 1 million, it won't really take 1 million. It won't even really take anything out of you. It won't shake you a little bit. So it's still your father. And then, there's some people that come online, different sides. Of course, reactions, different some people have also come and said, we are aware of this story. We know Ashake's father, and Ashake's father was there for him up until he actually found his food. Okay. And then some people are also, they even went as far as digging up pictures of him. Them together, okay. Yeah, of them of recent, not too recent, but I mean when he was in the music when he had started out in music, when he was coming up. Okay. So they had said, oh, so how possible is it that this man neglected you if at this point where you were starting out, you were there? And just when we thought we had seen it all, next thing baby mama comes again and says, oh, I didn't know the age of the neglect them as well. He said the baby is 11-year-old Zinat. I mean, also from Isaliko over there. I read at the story as well because, okay, what I just saw was maybe I just stumbled on one of the videos where he was replying back. I was saying something in Yoruba about, oh, you cannot please the world. So people are trying to rip him off and things like that. And the father, but I'm sure the news story was actually a different angle. This wanted to say, yes, everything is now settled. He has agreed to take care of me. I think that was the story you just read now. Because the news broke this morning to say, oh, he has agreed to be able to do the needful, buy a house perhaps for the father in maybe Saleko there where the father, because he said he has partial stroke, that's the father, and he's actually suffering
In fact, I mean, one of the things he said was like, the last time he saw him was 2022, and he has abandoned him. He has never seen his son. But that his mother is still alive, maybe, because those are the angle that I saw. Angle about, okay, women trying to be able to corner the child to themselves when they became successful, and then turning them away from their father. Because some of the remarks from there was like saying, oh, but I think it is good this morning, because when I was coming, I was actually able to look at comments. What people were saying was like, okay, I think it is good. It took up the responsibility, and it took up the mandate to say, okay, fine, I will try to be able to do the needful. The baby mama true story was the fact that because they asked the father, Punch correspondent asked the father that, okay, this lady, her name is Adijat, who said she and your son had an issue together by the baby Zinat, which is just 11-year-old now. And the father confirmed yes. And that part of the thing he has agreed was just to be able to take care of them. In fact, Adija was saying when he was in OAU, he was the one that was always sending money to him. And that they were very good until, he became he achieved that stardom and he abandoned them. Different strokes for different folks and different sides of the story are going to hear. But I think I'm actually happy that he has agreed to be able to take on the responsibility.
He has finally agreed, because I know the last thing I'd seen was him, coming on social media and singing.
That's what he did now. If you look at what he read there, was saying, he's ready to buy me a house now. And says nice. The father. And the father, but the way he was talking yesterday was like, yes, he's ready to buy me a house. He's ready to take responsibility on his child, and then ready to be able to do maybe whatever is actually necessary.
Right. And then did you also see his manager or is it former manager, someone on his management who had, in the heat of when the father had said this thing, that one had come and said he's going to take up some responsibilities for the father, that how would you abandon your father? And people were talking, he probably thought that would be put him in a very good light, but people were dragging him. Do you know why they were dragging him? Because, that thing they say about your enemy, friends.
The enemy of your enemy is your friend.
The enemy of your enemy is your friend. The people were saying it's not from a good place. It's more from, because now you guys are embittered against each other. So you're trying to show
that, yes, I can provide this.
Didn't you know that this man
has been suffering this world as well before he came out?
Being on his management, you probably were aware of, where's your dad? All this
what's happening to him?
So he didn't get the reaction he was thinking he was going to get, because people were out for him, saying, guy, keep your kindness. Your kindness is performative.
Of course,
and all of that stuff.
It's really,
but how social media is quite interesting. This year feels like we're already in September, because a lot has happened. No, think about it. Since January, we're barely in March, but it's not even barely at this point, because I realized that I can't afford to say barely anymore, because this year is running fast. Because a lot has happened. From Two-Face to Burna.
Burna Boy, because Burna Boy wants to talk about now Ashake.
To Senator Natasha. So in the political space, a lot of things have been happening.
Of course.
Fubara,
the WK crisis,
El-Rufai,
defection. Every year will
as well.
Every
year, but this year seems really spectacular.
Maybe.
It seems
maybe I'll keep a very close watch there.
Take a look. It's just March and all of these things that happened. As at last year, if I recall.
Okay.
As at last year, we're talking about weddings. Last year was like the year where from January 1st, it seems to be like we're having so many popular people getting married, celebrities, public figures. That was how last year was. That was how last year was, because people were saying, man, that's when the term first to that we doing last to marry is a fool, because from January 1st, Kule Remy to Vicky, lots of them
got married there.
That was last year, but this year has been controversies from the start, and then that's why we have the alleged. This year is the alleged year, because lots of controversies.
Alleged years have actually been on there.
So this year has been quite interesting, but we'll just keep seeing what a new day. It's a new dawn. We'll see what comes up today again. What comes up this week. Very interesting. We can't really talk on this nightclub fire. It's just unfortunate. I just hope that
not Macedonia
all of those
yesterday.
people that are hospitalized, I hope that 59 killed.
I was looking at that too.
I truly pray that all of
and
the
then,
people that are hospitalized.
If you look at that, it's North Macedonia in Europe, one of the part of the Eastern Europe, and they showed the incident that happened before the fire broke out. How people were in very high spirit, were dancing and then rocking to a particular tune. And the building just caught fire. In fact, one of them, I think I saw that early this morning, the woman was just saying, oh, that was my only child. Are you guys telling me he's dead? He died in this fire. The woman was, They were even trying to be able to drag out the woman to say, "Oh, please, you cannot be able to go into this fire." It was really, really hard.
Really tragic. And now, speaking of fires, let's also bring it home. Last week, also, we saw the Otedola Bridge also taking lives of. I'm wondering why that's not on the papers.
Oh no,
today.
it was last week.
It was. Right.
It was on
because
Friday.
It was truly tragic because every year, not once, not twice, we get to record fires on that bridge. And then some people, even there have been conspiracy theories saying that though that bridge is out to suck lives. There's a sacrifice every year. That a number of people must die. Because
I know conspiracy theories that people will just be able to move
some
out.
of these conspiracy theories might seem like conspiracy theories, but when you're thinking, can't it be God? Like, what could be done?
Because I know it was a tanker explosion this time around as well. I don't think I buy into that conspiracy theory because it's an highway. Human factors will always be there, and a whole lot of people that he spoke to attribute the fact that it was due to human error. The human error, the part of the tankers who maybe was trying to be able to maneuver on the road. In fact, one of them, a guy that lost his car because I think his mechanic was trying to be able to test his car or something, and in the process of that, everybody was just camping for safety. He said he lost his car there. Was attributed to human error, the bridge incident. So, and that's why maybe there is the constant sanitation and orientation done to drivers. We need to sustain it. Maybe Otedola Bridge, annually it happens. But the report was even showing that last year, we recorded the minimum level of those incidents last year relative to past years. Because,
and that's like how many then?
No. I mean, FRSC was actually doing these statistics about, minimal of those incidents actually happened last year relative to past years. So, which shows that they were trying to say, oh, our orientation, our advocacy is actually working. And then people are trying to be able to see how to manage that. But remember that this tanker falling was a beehive of activity, was an eyesore, was a constant thing that we see across the federation last year. In the case of Kogi, the one that happened in, was it Jigawa State as well, where lives were lost as a result of tankers falling on the road. And then, here people are not trying to be able to scoop fuel. As the petrol tanker was trying to be able to navigate, you understand, that was where it actually be able to catch fire. And it affected things around that. But just like you said, our hearts are with those, who lost their lives there.
Truly.
And hopefully, those that survived will actually be able to get back on their feet and return back to their families.
Truly. Well, let's see what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The Business Day paper this morning has another interesting spread. It says this is a big story. It says inside Lagos airports where racketeering threatens passenger safety. That's a big story. Then low revenue, biggest fiscal headache for Tinubu. That's another story. Now on page 30, it says Professor Iye Ayodele, the historian who correctly diagnosed Nigeria's elite pathology 50 years ago. Again on page 810, it says how to close Nigeria's 28 million housing gap. But let's start from what we know about this. This is quite an expose written by Ifeoma Okeke Koriocha. She talks about who covers our maritime, aviation. She covers our aviation space, aviation beat, and she did this sort of like an expose on some of the things that are happening inside Lagos airport where racketeering threatens passenger safety. And I found it really appalling, right? Because when we think about gross misconduct that is caused by people in the positions of authority actually being the ones that are
gaming the system, taking advantage of the system,
rigging the system, so to speak. To me, it's a problem, and it continues in our civil service sectors. You know how so many times people just say, like, if you just want to make some money where you're just making money and you're not doing much work and all of that, you should work in the civil service.
Of course. And they can also take advantage.
Right, like aside your salary, you're going to be a beneficiary of bribes and kickbacks. To me, not to be holier than thou or anything, but I don't aspire to such a life.
Of course, no, but baby,
there are people who do.
Baby,
that's why they advocate for it. They say, oh, you're wasting time. If you work in civil service, you'll be making money. Forget about your salary. You get Not ladder. They don't care about ladder. It's about the bride.
That's what I'm saying. I said you come the ladder very, very fast according to them.
So what? Would you know much about the story?
Yes, so I just be able to read briefly about it. You know, about the legal, illegitimate business, you know, that thrive at the airport. You know, from selling of fake yellow cards. You know, these yellow cards that you actually needed.
Imagine
we're selling the fake ones of
Imagine that.
And it was actually people be able to get there to ticket racketeering as well. You know. Just get one ticket and you get to the point and tell you, where did you get this ticket from? But you know, sometimes some people attribute it to the smartness or what can I call that? The smartness or the sophistication of Nigerians anyway. Because for them to be able to, for example, one of the stories there was, look at Turkish Airlines. It was not 2 weeks ago that they said it lost about $600 million to ticket racketeering. Staff within the embassy, staff within the airline, Nigerian staff who were there, had the ones who is actually doctoring some of these, what's it called? Who doctored the ticket and were selling it.
Wow.
So they have their own ticket, which they are selling to customers, you understand? Now they have ways of actually doing that. They just even got some of them suspended after people to meet with their union. That's Turkish Airlines in Nigeria. And we've seen the trend, you know, of, you know, fake items or fake things like that. FAAN, just like the Minister of Aviation has actually mentioned, I've tried to do everything possible to ensure that this is checkmated. But you still have to be able to have bad eggs. Festus Keyamo, who is actually the Minister of Aviation, was giving a stewardship account recently that I listened to him about how they were trying to be able to sanitize the system. You know, the FAA and the Civil Aviation Authority and other things like that. But we've seen Nigerians, we've seen, you know, racketeering activities, you understand now, affecting passenger safety, because the people that's actually at the receiving end at the end of the day are the passengers, right? Who by the time they actually be able to present, they are presenting their documents and their tickets, they found out that, in fact, the report showed that some of them were even found out when they have crossed over to their destination. They say, oh, this document is actually was invalid. You understand now? And it is believed that they actually be able to get this. It's not like as if they went to Oluwole to get it. They get it through the people at the airport. Some of these were actually issued to them through staff of the airline that conveyed them. So this is actually the challenge that we actually be able to face, that Nigerians passengers have been complained about, and people have been apprehended, you know, as a result of a thing that is no fault of theirs. So effort needed to actually be made. You know, so for example, like one of the things they found out here from the investigation is that, in fact, the tickets sometimes of those passengers who are unable to board, they quickly resell them at the highest bidder price. And you know who can be able to do this other than the staff of some of these airlines? I told you about the Turkish Airlines, where just 2 weeks ago, or last week, was it last week? Yes, last week or 2 weeks ago, was when about 3 to 5 Nigerians were suspended. They were even sacked. Sacked as a result of engaging in that. And then some of them also engage in some other shoddy dealings. You know, they just block some seats. You know, deliberately block it on their website, so to allow maybe highest bidders, that can be able to bid for. We have a seat very close to. We have a seat very close to the window. If you want it, this is how much you are going to pay. Trying to be able to charge people over and above what even the airlines themselves are doing. And so a lot of effort needed to go in anyway to be able to sanitize the system. It is really, really another kettle of fish what goes on in that space.
You can, if there's a way to taste the corruption, you can taste the corruption when you go to the airport. It's a lot. But let's talk about the next story. It says low revenue is the biggest fiscal headache for Tinubu.
Of course, and that has been, other than maybe 2023, we have been running budget deficit. Deficit has been a challenge where we spend more than we expect in revenue. And that has been the trend, you know. The trend has actually continued in the last, for the past 5 to 6 years anyway. And that's what the analysis done there by Ojabelo reviewed, shows that fiscal imbalance, that gap that we've seen in terms of how much we budgeted and how much we expended and how much we are expected to be able to get in revenue. Most times, the government are not even, yes, the government will be able to prepare for that at the outset. But even at the end of the day, the exact revenue they're expected to get, they have challenges getting it. Now, this year now, the dip in oil prices in the last 2 weeks as a result of Donald Trump policy or Donald Trump policy of let's drill and drill and drill oil. Prices now are now hovering around $69 to $73, which is far below what we provided for in our budget assumption of $75. So we know that there is a fiscal headache that the government is going to see, because already at this point in time, first quarter already, oil is actually selling at below the budgeted price. I'm talking about for Nigeria. And once it is sold at that amount, it's going to affect how much you can generate. But affecting how much you can generate, that will affect how much you can be able to execute the content of the budget. So it's a serious headache, and they needed to be able to learn to think out of the box, to bring out solutions, right, to be able to meet up the budget performance as expected.
I'm also curious to know what's on page 10. It says how to close Nigeria's
28 million housing gap.
Housing,
28 million, yes.
Housing gap. Is it 28 million?
Yeah, in terms of
yes,
numbers,
28 million. It continues on
gaps,
page
right?
810. Wow.
I think it was the fallout of the pre-invest conference that we had
yes,
on Friday, where one of the partners, they from DR Fatimilehin, made that assumption. Before now, we used to think it's 16 million housing deficit, but he said it's 28 million housing deficit. And strategies were put in place there to see how we can be able to close that gap. I'm sure when people know our readers,
it's always important just
to
attend our conferences. So this is also for our viewers to make sure to look out for Business Days conferences. Always very packed full with some of the biggest stakeholders in the industry, whatever industry it is that we choose to address, or whatever topic it is. We have some of the people that you would not have the opportunity to meet easily on every other day. You have them packed in those rooms, so you learn a lot. The panel sessions, the panel conversations are always very impactful.
Very impactful.
The keynote addresses impactful. The presentations, I have to give it to the Business Day conference team, because they always put together a very
resourceful set of
people. A very resourceful set of people, conference, resourceful. So you should look out for our conferences and be a part of it, so you're not wondering what we're talking about when we're discussing the stories. And that was from the pre-invest conference. We have another one upcoming. We have a number of them, so you should probably take a look. Just keep an eye on our social media pages at Business Day NG. You get updates on these conferences. Interestingly, most of them are free. You would not get this opportunity everywhere. So look out for these conferences. Before we go, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today. We can't end without seeing what we have on the cartoon of the day. So let's see what we have from our cartoonist this morning. Now that is quite interesting. Let's see if I can see what we have there. It says, I think we have people climbing a fence. So there are people climbing a fence with a ladder and climbing. Then it says,
we have manufacturers.
The person in the middle says,
retailers. Okay, say, guys, it's not funny down here. I'm raising my ladder too by 50%. Okay. So
then the person on the left hand side says, there's another person on the left who says something.
So all of them these are sectors, manufacturing. So they have increased their prices. So telecom is the one down. Who said, at this point in time, I have to come and meet you too by raising my ladder, by raising the prices. I think it's just a reflection.
Okay, so basically, you can see that it says economic crisis pit. So it's a pit. So that fence that it looks like they're climbing is a pit. Then we have ladders.
Climbing out of it. Climbing out of the pit.
So we have ladders. So that pit is the economic crisis pit. Now they're trying to climb out. Manufacturers are climbing out. Retailers are climbing out, and then the person on the bottom is telecoms. So already on the fence, and those of them that are already climbing out. Hospitality sector is already on the edge of the fence. Estate manager is already on the edge of the fence. Petroleum already there. But telecom is down. It says, guys, it's not funny down here. I'm raising my ladder too by 50%. So of course we're talking all about the telecom tariff and the increase in telecom tariff.
Economic crisis battling the nation at the moment.
I hope they come out of that economic crisis.
But people are lamenting right now.
People are lamenting. I'm buying
lots
of data.
That's what I'm saying.
It
is unbelievable how.
I try not to let those things bother
I won't want to let it bother me as well, because I can't be able to imagine it in the last 2 weeks.
I
So it
don't
is
want to
really,
imagine. I don't.
really, really,
Sometimes I
really
tell myself,
taking
"Are you
a
sure this
whole
is not
chunk.
economical carelessness?" Because
Okay.
I don't. Yes, I say to myself, but then I said to myself, you know what? I also put the spiritual part, say God will provide, because most times I can't even track
How much you
how
use,
much
the
I get
data
to
usage.
use in terms of data, in terms of airtime, because I'm finding myself every moment, even if I do a monthly plan or something, I find myself every moment having
To recharge and
renew,
then renew your
recharge. So
subscription.
I can't even keep up. So that's
But if you
for
compare that
But
to the
we'll be
last 2
fine.
months, maybe 2 months to now, since last month, or January, February to March, you see a very stark difference. I don't know, because I know I keep track of it myself, but I know they said 35% will take effect again this week because they have not 50%.
Another 35%.
No. I mean, it's just they are slashing from 50% back to 35%, which is what they agreed. They have what they are implementing at the moment is the 50%, and that is really, really suffocating. It's really stifling.
It's truly suffocating. But if there's something that Nigerians always show every time, it's the resilience, like we always say here. So Nigerians will just keep being resilient, because it's not going to stop them. It's not going to stop. It's still, with all of this economic tariff increase and all of that we're saying, we still recorded that we had I think there was, in terms of data consumption, I think we're at an all-time high right now, because we spoke to our
telecom
tech correspondent, and he did also,
how many Nigerians are for streaming, for social media content. People are still buying it.
He confirmed that. So you think that Nigerians, it's only word of mouth. You think perhaps they will boycott, maybe they'll stop making, maybe you'd see less people on the internet. We're still seeing them. Maybe many people are like me, that they're not even keeping tabs anymore. They're just doing what they have to do, because Nigerians will not compromise with their entertainment.
They really wanted to be able to go out there.
They will not. But that's how we have to bring it to wraps right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for speaking with us this morning. Always a delight.
My pleasure. See you tomorrow.
Well, that's how we bring it to wraps on the front paper review this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Someone like me, they say Japa and Jakpada. I say let people Japa, because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad, and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a US company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the US, but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half, same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. Is going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person, all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that Saglev is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana. Same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira.
Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
Hello viewers, this is Social Listening here on BDTV, and my name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we are here on the streets of Lagos to get thoughts on the major political controversy that erupted in the Senate House. The senator representing the Kogi State constituency, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has accused the Senate President Godswill Akpabio of sexual harassment, and this is following a seating arrangement brouhaha that erupted earlier on. The fallout has been intense, leading to heated confrontations, disciplinary actions, and a 6-month suspension. But was justice truly served? Should this issue have been handled differently? Well, we are on the streets of Lagos to find out what the people have to say about this.
My opinion about the whole thing is that I think there's something fishy going on. If she was suspended just based on gross misconduct in the House, I've seen video clips of Senator Godswill Akpabio being extremely rude to the then Senate President Bukola Saraki. He was even pointing at Senator Bukola Saraki, in a very derogatory way, and he wasn't suspended. In fact, there was no verdict. There was no panel put together to judge this matter. But in the case of Natasha, everything was hurriedly done. How long did the panel even have to delegate on a matter? The judgment was hastily done, and that shows that there is something that is fishy. There is something they're hiding. And it's a bit tricky and very sensitive. There are some things I would want to see on camera, but it wasn't a fair one. It wasn't a fair one at all.
In my own honest opinion, I feel like she wasn't given a fair hearing. At least
if something like that occurs, you should at least try as much as possible to give our audience, let her speak everything that is inside of her mind. But I mean, just jumping the gun and suspending her is way overboard.
Me personally, it didn't actually go well with me because I felt it's against human rights. That's what I feel. Actually, she should have been here upon, and then investigation should have been made instead of just going on to suspend her. That's what I feel personally.
It is in fact too much and too harsh for her alleged crime. It's too much and too harsh.
It was too much. Why should she be suspended in the first place? What was her offense? I mean, what exactly did she do that has warranted her to be suspended? I mean, I feel like there are a whole lot of, maybe because she's a woman, I'm sorry that I'm saying this, but I feel like there's a lot of gender politics, and of recent there's been lots of drama in Nigerian politics when it comes to women and whatever judgment or whatever impression or whatever impression that they're supposed to make of those people. The moment it is a woman, I feel like the whole impression is shaky, the judgment is also shaky.
It's too much, and not just being too much. To me, it's against human rights.
Yes, I strongly agree. I strongly think that women face some sort of subjugation in politics, not just in politics, even in the corporate world, corporate Nigeria. We experience it every day. And as a matter of fact, women are now taught how to communicate sensitive issues in order not to affect the opposite gender or to sound condescending in any way to them. So the treatment is not equal. It's never equal.
Yes, they do. Take, for example, the other senator. Is it Miranda that was asked to step down because of Obasa? Why they did that as well, I do not know. So, like I said, this gender issue, I think that is not going to encourage women to actively participate in politics. If women are in power and in key positions in the society, I mean, they should be given that audience to operate in their full portfolio instead of trampling down on them with judgments, with this, with that, and the likes.
Of course. Looking at this situation, it's one of it. Of course, it's a way to silence her. That's why I said an investigation should have been made into the situation, because she said she have all the evidence. She have her evidence, like just like our lawyer said, she have her evidence of, of what they call the allegation and all of that. So that's why I said an investigation is supposed to be made into the situation, and then get the full knowledge of what is actually going on, instead of just going on to suspend her.
Okay, personally, I would say that we should become more emotionally and socially intelligent, because the manner in which you present your case can determine the outcome of the results of your case. No matter how serious or how grave your perceived treatment was, the way you present it matters more than what was actually done. And that is what is happening to Natasha. She didn't undo it in a certain way, because according to what I read about the Senate House, they said some things are meant privately for the House and some things are not meant to be said publicly on the media. But Natasha did that. She violated those laws. And I guess that is why the whole thing is happening to her like that. I suspect there is a serious coup. There's a serious coup going on. But then I wouldn't want to say more than that.
Whatever solution that I think I'm going to proffer, this is Nigeria. Whatever it is, they will still find a way to shake women. So I feel like women staying away from politics is not going to solve the issue. So I feel like once we just have, like I said earlier, once we have women in power, let them operate in their full portfolio. If they operate in their full portfolio, if they have one or two issues, give them a fair airing. Not that
will just come out from nowhere, trample upon this one, trample upon that. It will scare women from going out or coming out to participate and hold important offices in the society. That's just what I think.
I felt there shouldn't be silence. It's an indication that I don't know how to put it. Is it that they are a bit deprived of being to speak out? But I felt they should join hands together. They should, when situation like that comes, they should join hands together to ensure that they are not being put aside.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker Funke Opeke said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. Well, what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And we try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No. You have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bill encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. Yeah. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship. Yeah. So that would also, encourage women in this regard, if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. Yeah. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in our state. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. Yeah. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Yeah. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. It's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well to support yourself. And, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world. And you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Ogun State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you.
and then research and find like the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. You know where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors in their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really. And there was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke. I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community she ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is how it's obvious more and more that women, and this is all respect to the men in the room, but the way women face problems and challenges, they just take it head on and are able to sort of pivot gracefully, just flow and adapt with the change. And I think that's one of the reasons why women are the backbone of Nigerian economy. Gaps that we've done a lot, but two main gaps I see, and that's when it comes to access for women And She Ventures, FCND's desk for women is built on 4 pillars: access to finance, access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to markets. Right. There was an event earlier on today. It was a training program that we had put up for the fiscally challenged, site challenged. And we had quite a number of questions about access to finance. Now, one of the things that has struck me in my role in the bank is that a lot of times we talk about access to finance as the main challenge for female entrepreneurs. But in the 5 years that we've been in operation, we've seen that that is not the key challenge. The key challenge really is knowledge, financial literacy, knowledge. And I kept on asking the women, how many of you know your businesses? If you're giving a loan today, assuming you have a business and we give you a loan, not a grant of say 1 million. Right.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see the news making headlines this morning. Governors lobby Tinubu to block LG direct payment. Modular refiners await NNPC's crude supply 6 months after pledge. EFCC recovers 364.4 billion in 2024, secures 4,111 convictions. US launches wave of airstrikes on Yemen's Houthis. Newcastle defeat Liverpool to end 70-year trophy drought. We begin the news in Nigeria, where state governors have launched a fresh push against the planned disbursement of federal allocation to the local government councils. This is a renewed bid to delay the implementation of the Supreme Court verdict on LGA autonomy. Some of the governors, during a meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja on Tuesday, March 11th, kicked against payment of the local government allocation through the Central Bank of Nigeria, citing the need to address the multi-billion-dollar debt allegedly incurred by the councils. Presidency officials revealed that the governors used the opportunity of the iftar dinner to lobby the president and renew negotiations on direct allocation to the councils, which has suffered delays. Moving on, modular refiners have revealed that they are still awaiting their first crude oil supplies despite a pledge by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to support them as part of efforts to boost local refining capacity. The modular refineries have been touted as a crucial step towards achieving energy self-sufficiency, while their operations remain hampered by the lack of readily available crude. The delay has, however, left many operators in the space operating below capacity and relying on alternatives. According to reports, some operators have resorted to purchasing crude oil from third-party suppliers, while others suspend operations. Still on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has revealed that it recovered over 365.4 billion naira and secured 4,111 convictions in 2024. The Commission's Executive Chairman, Ola Olukoyede, revealed this in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State at the end of a 3-day retreat for the Commission directors. Olukoyede, in a statement by the Commission's spokesperson, Dele Oyewale, on Saturday, March 15th, attributed the feat achieved to the commitment, sacrifices, and dedication of staff, promising to surpass the record in 2025. Now to end the local news, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has reported that 1,319 people have died in the country's ongoing diphtheria outbreak. The agency revealed this in its latest situation report from the National Diphtheria Emergency Operations Center, published on its official website. According to the NCDC, more than 42,000 suspected cases have been recorded across 36 states since 2022. This latest report covers week 10 of 2025, highlighting ongoing challenges in controlling the outbreak, including low vaccination coverage, inadequate laboratory capacity, and delays in confirming cases. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has revealed that the country launched a decisive and powerful wave of airstrikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen, citing the group's attacks on shipping in the Red Sea as the reason. Trump says that the Houthi thugs, funded by Iran, have fired missiles at U.S. aircraft target troops and allies. The president added that their piracy, violence, and terrorism had cost billions and put lives at risk. The Houthi-run health ministry also revealed that at least 31 people were killed, while 101 others were injured in the strikes. Also, President Trump has signed an order to strip back the federally funded news organization, Voice of America, accusing it of being anti-Trump and radical. A statement issued by the White House revealed that the order would ensure taxpayers are no longer on the hook for radical propaganda. VOA's director Mike Abramowitz said he himself and virtually his entire staff of 1,300 people had been put on paid leave, with the order restricting them from carrying out its vital mission. And now to sport. Newcastle United on Sunday defeated Liverpool by 2-1, securing their first major trophy since 1955. The Magpies in the historic Carabao Cup final at Wembley Stadium defeated the Reds to clinch the first silverware of the 2024-2025 football season. Newcastle broke the deadlock just before halftime when defender Dan Bourne headed in a goal from a corner in first half stoppage time. Newcastle continued their dominance in the second half, with Alexander Isak doubling their lead in the 52nd minute, capitalizing on a defensive lapse by Liverpool. Now to end the news, Chelsea's hopes of securing a Champions League spot for next season took a hit after a 1-0 defeat to Arsenal at the Emirates yesterday, March 15, 2025. Mikel Merino scored the only goal of a lackluster contest, helping Arsenal solidify their second-place position, closing this gap to 12 points behind league leaders Liverpool. Despite remaining in fourth place, the Blues now have 5 teams ranging from Manchester City to Aston Villa. These were the top headlines this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Now let's look at elective positions. It's a shame that it has fallen so drastically. There are just 4 women in the Senate and there are, I think, 9 women in the House of Reps. So I think the first thing is, in terms of elective positions, political parties have to be intentional about supporting qualified women. And there are so many women that are qualified, professional women, highly successful women that can contest elections. So political parties have to go beyond, it's a free form.
it should be a level playing field, and then intentionally encourage and support women that should contest into various offices. So it's a shame that from 27 when I was in parliament, now we have 9 women in parliament. The challenges are many. Money is a problem. It's very expensive to contest elections, and it's getting more violent, it's getting more dangerous. So, but if political parties say, listen, out of this number of seats, we want to encourage qualified, and I use the word qualified women, they can. So it starts with the political parties. In terms of appointments, of course, it's the decision of the leader to appoint women, and just have a level playing field. And I tell you, the very best women will come out and take positions that they're qualified with. My mother, of course, my mother, late Shadiat Abeke Irebubu. My mother impacted the values of contentment. Contentment is a virtue. If you're contented, you have it all. Contentment, kindness, sincerity, hard work. She'll always tell you that there's no alternative to hard work. So wherever you find yourselves, just work very hard. And don't see yourself as, oh, I'm just a woman. You're a person. You have abilities, you have competence, so encouraging you to go out there and, show the world what you can do. So my mother remains my number one influence. Then on television has to be Oprah Winfrey, because Oprah Winfrey used television to change lives. So when I was on television, I learned that you could use television to change lives. And the late Mrs. Miriam Babangida, I worked with her for 5 years, and her Better Life program and the way she carried on also had an influence on me. So yes, those 3 women, my mother, Oprah Winfrey, and the late Mrs. Miriam Babangida. I think first progress is that we have survived. 5 years, here we are as a diaspora commission. And then today, diaspora is on everybody's lips. So we have put diaspora issues on the front burner. So you find that, people even have started taking even diaspora from us. Everywhere is diaspora, this, diaspora, that. Because we've been able to show that it's about human capital development. It's about connecting with Nigerians all over the world that are doing great things. Other countries cannot talk about their development without their diaspora. Nigeria should not be an exception. So we're glad that Nigeria is embracing its diaspora. There's still a lot more to be done. At the Diaspora Commission, we've come up with programs like the Diaspora Day, which brings diasporans together July 25 every year to share notes, share experiences, talk with one another and say how much more the diaspora can do and what more the government can do. We have the Diaspora Investment Summit, which creates a platform for the diaspora to say where they can invest in the Nigerian economy. And we're very proud of that too. And we have the diaspora investing particularly in healthcare, education, agriculture, food business, ICT and all that. And it's going to continue to grow. Of course, remittances, over $90 billion. But remittances goes to, basic things to take care of your family, healthcare and all that. We're also saying the diaspora should be a critical investment factor. So the diaspora remains very, very important to the economy of Nigeria. And we are building our data portal so that we can know where they are, register on the data portal. Data is very key. And we intervene wherever diaspora matters are common. And so basically, we've been able to engage with our diaspora. Look, there's so much more to do. We've done this for 5 years. There's so much more to do. And we hope that with better funding, we can do a lot more. But the key thing is engaging our diaspora for national development. I will continue to do that. And the idea is that Nigerians at home work with Nigerians in the diaspora to build this great country of ours. It's a partnership. It's a collaboration. And we continue to engage aggressively to get more of our diaspora to see what they can do back home. Some are just building capacity. Some are just giving back. Some are investing. Some are training younger ones. So there are many ways you can collaborate, because whichever way, home will always be home. Well, it's an interagency collaboration. Basically, the Office of the National Security Advisor deals with most of these issues, but we work together. There's an interagency committee set up by the federal government under the ONSA's office. However, as I speak with you today, a major concern is actually Iraq. Over 5,000 Nigerian women are stranded in Iraq. I just got another distress call just a few minutes ago about another Nigerian woman, being locked up somewhere. So my appeal is, we've said it before, beware of some places. We just brought back his wife's corpse from Iraq. And our embassy that supervises Iraq has been working so hard. The acting ambassador has been working so hard to deal with this case. So please, agents, traffickers need to be dealt with. They need to be arrested. They need to be tracked because they are luring people to dangerous places. So as the matters come to us, we work with the Office of the National Security Advisor, NAPTIP, Refugee Commission, Humanitarian Affairs. So it's an interagency collaboration dealing with these issues of stranded Nigerians. But as a Diaspora Commission, we've received thousands of petitions that we deal with, and we continue to deal with them. But please, 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 you need to be careful where you're going to. You need to find out where you're going to. You need to be sure of where you're going to. Imagine a place like Iraq. Agents are taking our women there under very, very dangerous conditions. They get there, and it's a distress call we get. So it's worrisome. I remember when we had issues with Lebanon. Lebanon had to stop work visas to Nigerians going there, and it has worked. But now it's Iraq and some other places. Libya is unfortunate. We're still getting distress calls, but the International Organization for Migration has been very, very helpful in bringing stranded Nigerians back. So as we get the distress calls, we send to IOM, and they do help to bring them back. But please, you can't keep going to these countries and getting stranded. It's not worth it. It is just not worth it. Like I said, there's an interagency committee. This one now to deal with, like for instance, if you have Nigerians stranded coming back, is headed by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. NITCOM is there, Refugee Commission is there, NEMA is there, Immigration, interagency collaboration, so that when the information gets in that they're coming in, the federal government will decide what they can do to support their return home. And then we have Office of SDGs and humanitarian and others. Those who want to get trained will be trained. Those who want to work, there are ways around it. So this is being dealt with by the interagency committee headed by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Foreign Affairs. Well, the numbers that the mission has now, and they have communicated, I think it is something that already had deportation orders. So there are some Nigerians that already, had deportation orders. They had, it's been over, and they have been given the order to come back. These are the first set that will come back, when they indeed will be back. And I think there are 80-something. There are larger numbers, but those that are already in the deportation camp, they had orders that they will be deported even before now. I think about 85 or 80-something. So those are the forces that if they do get deported, we should be expected to come to receive them. Not at the moment, but like I said, some are already in the deportation camps. They've been served deportation orders even before now. And what we say is that a migrant is not a criminal. That you're migrating, you're not a criminal. You're in search of a better life. You wanted to be documented, you wanted to be legal, but you couldn't be. So in sending them back to their countries, treat them with dignity and respect. We're not talking of people who are in prison because they did drugs or committed a crime. It's a different thing. But these are just migrants seeking a better life. So even if they have to come back, it should be done with dignity, with decency. And as they do come back, Nigeria as a country should also, be looking at what can they do, how can they be helped. So they are not criminals, and they should not in any way be treated that way. That we're going to ensure. NAPTIP is the agency responsible for trafficking, but we work with them. We collaborate with them. So we do what we can do, but NAPTIP basically is the agency that should check trafficking, ensure that the agents are arrested, and they are doing that, actually. Agents need to be arrested. They need to be, named and shamed. We need to see them. We need to see them go to jail. But we collaborate with NAPTIP. For instance, through our diaspora in Ghana, the head of the diaspora community, almost 106 trafficked girls have been returned back to Nigeria with the help of Mrs. Her Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, who gave us a bus to be able to bring these girls back. We've been bringing them back, but really, how do you stop them from being trafficked? I think that's the key thing. So the traffickers need to be nabbed. As I speak with you, another 3 have been arrested in Ghana, thanks to Chief Callistus, who has been working tirelessly on this with the Ghanaian authorities. So really, the agents are the problem. They lure these young children, and then they get into trouble, and we have to find a way of bringing them back to their various and their families. You find that families are involved. It's an uncle or an auntie that's going to tell you to go here and there. So massive awareness is very important on the dangers of such migration. And a lot of them, if they know what they're going to do, they will never, ever, ever, ever embark on those journeys. But they don't know. They are lied to and told, painted a very rosy picture. But you know what? If you survived that 10 years ago, not anymore. The world in itself is much more difficult now. Every part of the world is much more difficult. And then, where you're running to, in most cases, they are not just worse off than where you're running away from. So let's look at the opportunities in our own country and what can be done here. I mean, if you're going in search of a better life and, getting a job and all that, it's fine to become a better person. But what's the point of going and then we're bringing back your body bag or hope with hopelessness? Nigeria too has to do what it has to do. An enabling environment for jobs to be created so that there can be more jobs. If you build more SMEs, more people will have jobs and all that. So that has to be done. But at the same time, those who are going, know where you're going to and be sure that you're not going to a worse place than where you're living. And massive awareness with you, Business Day, with the media. It's important that we all take it as a project. Massive awareness will save maybe the next person that wants to go on the next dangerous journey.
Hello, this is Bodi Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm ready for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead of to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one wrapper. He used 3 wrapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, So she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. According to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. Then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down. Because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Due to each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on I believe that this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still pushing forward. Sometimes I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, radionic. And I decided, no, radionic cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. He said, now fix me in one at a Babish market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years. but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, and if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but I don't have to give up. I said, I have to put myself together. I don't even look down on my condition that I'm on wheelchair. As you can see now from here, from here now, I can get to mainland. I will just go to bus stop, take a box, they'll carry me to mainland, where I do buy my materials. I don't have to give up to myself. You know, I know I'm a man. And I'm not seeing myself on this wheelchair. I don't look down myself. I believe that any woman that will come for me like this, she will take me where I am. And that's my wife. Our former president say the youth are lazy. Me, I say no, the youth are not lazy, no. If they can come outside and walk around the street, they will see people like me say, ah, no, this bros, man, you're not lazy. I'm not lazy. If I'm lazy, my woman will not accept me. My dad do everything possible to take good care of us. So when I lost him, I have no option. And I had to buckle myself and engage my hustle. Because this is what I'm doing. Not for the time. So I said, no, I rather stick onto it. And this hustle as it pay my house rent, my baby school fees, and then feeding. If market goes well, I can make like normally 6 to 7K. And if it's like a month end, when people have got a salary, I can make like 16 to 17K. That month end, but it's per day, 7K, 6K. And due to the expensive, and I have to save to buy more materials. Normally, if I do just to build, it can be like 7 PS or 6 PS per day. If I do repairing, and I can be like 3 PS. 1 pair of shoe here, it contains 4K. Depends on the sole. If you want normal foreign sole, it's 4.5. Normal Nigeria sole is 3.5. One guy came to me here, meet me. He said, bro, you know where your shoe don't reach? I said, no. He said, I travel to Dubai. The farm where I wear go, my friend carry him. Now I come back, close to my mom. I said, no, I must pick one again. And I said, bro, now God, he said, bro, where your palm reach, you go reach here pass. I say, amen. So I'm not feeling bad. I know if it is God, I'm not looking at myself. I just say it is God. I just have to that way. Because if I do pardon, I didn't wear it. God, no, I do. I know, just in fact, it is God. Just on God. So this is what I'm looking for now. So I'm simply forward for a better place. They asked us to leave. And they even give us they give us now till this December, everybody should leave. We're looking for, although you don't need to liquor, but water used to come out from ground. From ground. Even as you can see through the passage, you will do that water you do enter. If rain fall heavy now, all this passage will flood you. All the even me, I don't have any option. I my friend will back me in. Yes, they do back me in. Because I can't crawl inside that water. They have to back me. Then early morning, I will call them, they will come and pick me out again. Normally, people do show me love. But you know, like I say, I'm not begging. Because I believe that why would I beg? If you give me 100 naira or 50 naira, now I cannot stop anything now. Because I believe if I walk, people come, patronize me. Give me like 4, 5, 4K. I know I can be able to meet up for the day. But 50 naira, no. This one cannot even help you anyway. So that's why I believe in my hustle. So look at it be, my hustle will pay me.
My name is Sarah Okonkwo. Was in the business already before I saw him. I love him. That's why I married him.
It is roughly 2004. I've been here, so people know me, both small and big. People know me. And the time of Mbamut now, like this period now. So we just come and we'll buy also like 1 dozen, 12 pieces. So can't travel. So we still come say, bros, I beg, check for me. I'm going to sell. I will let them bring the price down. Instead of giving them 4-5, I will give them 3-5. 3-5. They actually, if they eat 1K on 5, you know bad. So on me, business they buy and bunch my hand. I don't go to feel them. So if I get like 1K on each palm I sell, I'm okay. Because the reason why I'm doing because I'm not paying for shop. But if I pay for shop, I will add money. I will sell it normally the way people other person is. My name is Obina Okonkwo, and people do call me Okobanti. Based on the way I'm doing my own thing, and then people say, upon this man on a wheelchair, still doing something. How much more them? Then they are okay. So my daily activity low, he encourage them. He say, if this man on a wheelchair can do something like this, how much more we can do more better than him? So that's why that name come out, that Kokobanti.
Music makes me happy. My name is Smith Austin Oyowe. I'm from Delta State. I was born like this. My daddy abandoned me. That cannot accept me. I wanted to go to school, but there's no sponsor, no help from anywhere. My mother has sponsored me throughout my primary, secondary school, till the present time. But it's unfortunately that she has passed away. She's no more. So, my daddy also has passed away. That minute when my daddy discovered who I am, he cannot do anything for me again. Before death took you. But all what I am today is the grace of my mommy and to Almighty God. Sometimes when I'm going out, I'll put my hand in my clothes, I will hide it, I'll be going. But after some time, I say, why am I hiding my hand? It's this hand that people used to look at, and somehow the hand used to attract people to me. And I stopped, I said, I will not be doing it again. And since then, anywhere I'm going to go, if I enter into any church, any gathering, when I come out like this, people will look at me. Not me, they are looking at man that, look at this man, he's coming to the stage with some musician, what can he play? I have never one day regretted the way God created me. There are some things that when you want to do, they'll say because of the disability you have, you cannot be able to do it. But I find out that I can be able to do it with my, not even a disability, with my ability. I find that I can be able to do it. There's nothing that I lay my hands on that I cannot be able to do it. But which some people that have the two hands cannot do. So it's there I begin to know that there's something special about my ability. I don't say disability, it's part of me. First, I went to a technical school in Sapele. I discovered that anything that got spoiled, like electronic stuff, television, radio, mic, all those things, I discovered I can repair it. So repairing is on its own. Why? Music stuff, to play instruments is on its own. So there are different things I combine together to make the name Uprising Music. So it's a different section there, repairing, rentage, and music school. To me, I cannot say I can play some certain instruments. Any instrument I see, and I have known what they call do re mi inside, I can play it. I can play the bass guitar, I can play a wire guitar, I can play drums, I can play conga, I can play the lead a little bit, I can play accordion, I can play trumpet, I can play agidigbo, this local instrument. I can play some instrument that is not even in Lagos here in my village. When you discover yourself on time and you begin to do things that is like, wow, I can do this thing now without going to music school. I can do this thing without going to music school, without going to anybody. There's sometimes along the line, I know it's an inbuilt something, but still, I still go out to watch people play. When I come back, what I see them do, I will practice it on my own personally. So it makes me to improve in any instrument I lay my hands on. Since I came to Lagos, 1989, December, I decided to face music fully because I don't think if I don't do music, I cannot be happy. Music.
Hello and welcome to the Big Story segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. Today we're focusing on Nigeria's capital market, exploring the potentials, the challenges and opportunities in the sector. Nigeria's capital market has grown in strength and resilience in the last 2 decades. A report by ProShare Research revealed that it has yet to provide the long-term resources needed to rapidly grow domestic infrastructure and to provide an efficiently priced and market-determined funding stream. According to the analyst who worked on the report, if Nigeria hopes to achieve a $1 trillion by 2030, then the capital market needs major fixing. Now, from $364 billion in 2023 to $1 trillion in 2030. This implies a compound nominal annual growth rate of 22.40%, with a 2025 federal government GDP growth projection of 4.6%. Now, the economists insisted that while the rebasing offers the incentive of realizing how closer Nigeria is to bridging the gap between the current state and the quest for a $1 trillion economy, the government needs to accelerate its shift to strategic policy action and execution. To help us understand this better, we are being joined by Professor Uche Uwaleke. Professor Uwaleke is a professor of capital market at Nasarawa State University in Kefi. He also doubles as the president of the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria. I've also got joining me in the studio today, David Olujimi. David is our capital market correspondent here at BusinessDay. You're welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Great to have you. Let me start by asking you, Professor.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for joining us. I'll start by asking you this question, Professor. A large volume of trading on the NGX is still driven by retail participants. Now, what structural or regulatory changes do you think is necessary to attract more institutional investors to the market?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think our market needs all hands on deck. The market needs not just retail investors, the market also needs institutional investors. The market needs foreign investors. As a matter of fact, if you check the last report by the NGX, talking about the domestic and foreign investment report, institutional investors are still playing a crucial role. In January, for example, institutional investors also outperformed retail investors. So they are very much there. It's just that in the month of January we saw a sharp decline in the share of institutional investors by as much as 33.9%. Okay, right. So to your question, how do we ensure that we have more institutional investors play in the market? Of course, when you talk about institutional investors,
please go ahead.
Prof, can you hear us?
Insurance companies. Okay. You're referring to mutual funds. So how do we ensure that the play more in the market. Of course, the starting point, in my view, is that's very important. Anybody invested in the market will be interested in an enhanced corporate governance for companies that are listed, on the exchange. So there's a need to enhance corporate governance. There is a need to enhance the reporting, ensure that companies, meet up with their requirements in time, in terms of timely and quality reports. That is very, very crucial, for investors. And there's also the liquidity angle. Of course, investors are interested in a market that is liquid. How do you increase liquidity in the market? Is also one of the ways by which you can do that is by attracting more issuers, attracting more companies, to list on the exchange. So I think that is critical, and the government has a lot of role to play in this regard. The government can use, especially fiscal incentives, to be able to do that. And that is also one thing some of us, have been pushing, this idea of fiscal incentives to attract more companies to list, on the exchange, on the main bourse. That way you're also deepening the market, you're improving, liquidity. If you compare the Nigerian exchange companies that are listed there today, 150 in number, compare that with that of Johannesburg Stock Exchange, for example, where you have as many as over 290 companies. As at the last time I checked, you will find that we still have, a long way to go. And as I said earlier on, this is also one of the things, some of us have been pushing. And I seized the opportunity of my contribution to the committee, Taiwo Yedele's Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, to also make this point, because that committee is not just about tax reforms. That committee is also about fiscal reforms in general, whether it's public debt management, whether it's even spending budgets, including capital markets. So it's important that more companies are attracted to list. Another thing that can improve liquidity also has to do with the issue of products. We also need to expand the product offerings that we have, in that market. So these are some of the things that can be done to encourage more institutional investors to be part of that market, including reduction in transaction costs. I think that cannot be overemphasized. The issue of transaction costs, the issue of market liquidity, and the issue of firming up regulation to ensure that the market is as transparent as possible.
So, hi, Prof. I'll come with a follow-up question, very quick follow-up question, Prof. You were saying something about enhanced corporate governance, but we've seen a trend where when the NGX tries to implement some of its corporate governance rules, we see a trend where companies start to threaten to delist. We've seen some delist. At least over the last 10 years, we've seen quite a number of significant delistings. We've seen Nigerian Bottling Company delist. We've seen Pepsi, 7-Up delist. We've seen more recently we saw Wando try to delist. We've seen MRS try to delist. PZ try to delist. We've seen GSK leave the country outrightly. All in this, and when you look at some of the issues, you discover that there are some corporate governance issues just behind some of this delisting. So how do we deal with the fact that, we are trying to enhance the corporate governance framework for this market? However, we are trying to also deepen liquidity. How do we come to a balance, or how do we come to a trade-off between both sides? Where now we've seen number of tech companies also not listing because of the corporate governance framework, which we say we need to enhance. Prof, how do we come to a balance between these two things?
Yes, the fact remains that in order to firm up regulation, there must be the carrot and stick approach. Okay, by carrot I mean a number of incentives. Companies must see reason for listing. Listing for many companies is about being able to raise, more capital, being able to be more visible, and also the idea of engendering trust and confidence by members of the public in a company, because listing has a way of also fostering confidence in companies. So there must be reason. Companies must see value, must see benefit, in listing. And that is why I mentioned earlier that the government can also play a role here by providing incentives, incentives for companies to list, because that is what will, put them at an advantage over non-listed companies. If the government, for example, says listed companies will enjoy, for the first 1 year of listing, enjoy tax waiver for the first 1 year, that's an incentive. Or the government comes to say, okay, with this proposal to reduce companies' income tax for large companies from 30 to 25%, that it will affect more of listed companies. Again, that's an incentive. It's something that has happened in other jurisdictions and has, succeeded in attracting a lot of companies to the market. A good example is Jamaica. Jamaican stock exchange, where the government also used this kind of incentives, tax waiver for the first few years of listing. And we saw the number of companies in the Jamaican stock exchange, rise from about 35% initially to now, 100. So I'm saying incentives are necessary to encourage companies to list. Now, when companies get listed, it's important too that they comply with post-listing requirements. So the exchange, being the primary regulator of these companies, and of course the apex regulator, talking about the Securities and Exchange Commission, should not relent in the efforts to, bring about discipline in the market, because that is what will ensure that the market is efficient. That is what will also ensure that investors are protected. Okay, so companies are expected to file their returns, quarterly, half-yearly, and yearly when they get listed. So it's important they comply with this. Companies that don't comply, of course, are usually warned before the exchange, takes action. So the exchange cannot say, because it's scared that, particularly now that it's demutualized, of course, it's interested in their listing fees, interested in some money that comes from these companies. It cannot say because of that, then it will check its responsibility of using sanctions against companies that fail to comply. The listing is not something that should panic us. It's also obtainable in other parts of the globe. If you look at the London Stock Exchange, for example, look at the companies that are listed there, say 10 years ago, and the number of companies we have today. You discover that a number of companies too have left. Remember too that the listing can be voluntary. Some of the companies you mentioned, cited as examples, left on their own. That's why I said that they must see the reason to remain there, which is where incentives now come in. And for some other, as a result of also important for investors. We are talking about how to,
a little bit of network challenge there.
Prof, can you hear us? Prof.
So while Prof tries to get his network back, I think he was basically talking on the listing. I know, David, you've been covering the capital market, so you probably be able to even give us some.
Investors can, play, more concerned.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Prof. Speaking of
Hello?
the listing,
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We lost
Hello?
you for a second, but we have you now.
Yes, I was making a point. Yes.
Right. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
beautiful.
And make
So
your point.
I was saying that is we shouldn't be the NGO shouldn't be scared of companies delisting. As I said, that is the temptation is there because the NGX is demutualized. It's also a listed company and it's also looking for money to pay shareholders. But it should continue to, discharge its responsibilities. Companies that fail to file their returns as are when due and are notorious for that should be, the process should be followed. The process of the listing should follow. And for investors, I was going to advise that they should always watch out for information put out there by the NGS. So I'm sure if you look at, if you go to the website of NGS, for example, and you're looking at companies that are listed, you will see some compliance status indicators listed against, some of these companies. For some of them, it is still mixed regulatory filing. Some of these codes, MRF. For some is the listing in progress or in process. For some, you also see a number of indicators that should put investors on the alert. Okay, so investors should watch out for these compliance status indicators, okay, when making investment decisions.
Thank you so much.
So what I'm saying in essence that the listing is normal, it's a normal thing, and the NGS shouldn't check its responsibility in that regard.
Thank you so much, Prof. We have to cut it short on our question.
Thank you, Prof. So you spoke on delisting, which is quite important. I'm going to just need you to give us a little bit of perspective there. What potential impact do you think this could have on market stability in terms of liquidity and investor confidence? Well, what we've been seeing is many corporates in Nigeria increasingly turning to commercial papers and other unsecured debt instruments for financing. Do you see this trend as a healthy development for the debt market, or should there be concerns about systemic risks?
Prof, did you get that question?
A money market? Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did. Commercial paper is a money market instrument.
Yes.
It's actually short term. You see the duration between 30, 180 days, maximum 270 days. So it's in the realm of money market. It's a short-term instrument.
So,
and just as you rightly said, it carries a lot.
Sorry, I would like to provide a little bit of context. So here's the thing. Over the last few years, we've been seeing a lot of corporates. We've been seeing, like in the last 2 years, we've seen almost 3 trillion raised from commercial paper issuances. About 2.6 trillion naira about around that figure raised from commercial paper, more than anything we've seen in history. And we attribute it to the fact that, interest rates are high. Companies cannot really lend from the banks. But now, is there a systemic risk attached to this issue? Or is it just great that we have, people going to the money market to raise capital? Or what do you think about it, sir?
Yes, I was coming to that. I was talking about the fact that why do companies issue commercial paper? Of course, they issue commercial paper to meet their short-term needs, actually working capital needs. In recent time, we've seen MTN, we've seen Dangote Cement, Dangote Sugar, listed companies, and of course, other unlisted companies, issuing commercial paper. It's largely to meet their short-term needs. Of course, commercial paper, we know, particularly on the part of the investor, carries a lot of risk. In the first place, it's not, guaranteed. An investor is only relying on the reputation, if you like, of the company. It's not like banker's acceptance that it has some guarantee or has some element of backing. So the risk clearly is there. And on the part of the company that is doing the issuance, issuing commercial paper, of course, remember the commercial paper issuance, of course, will be tied to the prevailing interest rate environment. If the interest environment is high, of course, that means the cost of issuance will also be high. There is also refinancing risk to deal with. And particularly from the point of view of the investor, the default risk is also there. The credit risk, I mentioned earlier, largely because commercial papers are not backed. So for me, the way to mitigate this, particularly on the part of companies doing that, is to ensure that they diversify their sources of funding. not just relying on commercial paper, but also using other instruments that are available, particularly capital market instruments such as bonds and shares. So there shouldn't be an over reliance on commercial paper. The risk is high, but that's why you find
how about for the investor? It's basically unsecured as we know it, right? So if anything happens and the company defaults, we don't have any legal backing to say the investor can get his funds back. What are the systems we can put in place to ensure that we don't start having a case of default in commercial papers in the future? Prof, did you get that question?
I think he's having a little bit of challenges with his connection, but we'll just hope that Prof gets back. Probably has a call coming in, but maybe you should give us more, throw more light on that question.
Yeah, I said,
okay, great.
I did. You're saying.
All right, yes, please go ahead,
yes,
Prof.
I was saying yes on the part of the investor. Yes, we have categories of investors. We have risk takers. We have risk averse investors. If commercial paper is for risk takers, okay, because of the associated high return. It's an asset class. You can't, rule it out. It's also part of what a typical investor will use as by way of diversification. So if you're diversifying, you don't just rely on, a particular asset classes. You tend to diversify. So for the investor is to understand the risk. It's important that investors understand the risk of investing in commercial paper. You mentioned they're unsecured, they don't have guarantees, which I also talked about earlier. So once an investor understands the risk, okay, then it's up to him or her to decide, whether to invest in commercial paper or not. The interesting thing is that commercial papers have been issued particularly by large companies. When they're issued by large companies, highly reputable companies, of course, the risk becomes lower. Companies like Dangote Cement and MTN I mentioned earlier, of course, will always be successful with these issuances because of the reputation, because of their track record. So when you have such companies issuing commercial paper, then the risk is highly, mitigated. So I don't see much threat, coming from, such.
All right, Professor, so Nigeria's government bonds dominate the fixed income market, often crowding out corporate bonds. In your opinion, what strategies do you think could be adopted to ensure that there's a more balanced debt capital market?
Okay, the first is to get the government to pull back. And how do you get the government to pull back? Is for the government to, as much as possible, reduce, deficits, because it is high deficits that bear, if you like, the government to borrow. And the more the government borrows, the more the private sector is crowded out. So that is what happens. So the first thing is to recognize is to get the government to, as much as possible, try to narrow its widening fiscal imbalances. So once budget deficits begin to decrease, revenues begin to increase, then you should expect that the government will go less to the debt market. Okay. So then on the part of the companies themselves and on the part of the entire system, regulatory framework is also important here. When I say regulatory, I mean it's important to also simplify the process of even issuing bonds. And I'm happy the Securities and Exchange Commission is doing a lot in terms of reducing time to market. So when companies want to issue, securities, the time to market should be very short. I understand in recent time we've seen the SEC reduce time to market from over a year that it used to be to now as little as 2 weeks. So that will go a long way to help encourage companies to also come and do bonds. Then there is also the issue of, I also think for us to also boost that segment of the market, the private bond market is important to perhaps consider also having the low denomination bonds, just as we have it in the case of the FG bonds. You know, FG bonds, we have the FG savings bond, where with a minimum of 5,000, having an equivalent low denomination bonds that will also enable people to low income earners to participate.
Thank you so much, Prof.
There is also the issue of
we have to cut you short right now.
securitization.
So we have to cut it short because of our time. We are running out of time, but we've gotten quite a bit of information. You said getting the government to pull back, the time to market ratio to also come down, and you also said something about low denomination bonds from the corporates. Thank you so much, Professor Uche Waleke from Nasarawa.
And securitization, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It's been great having you on our big story this morning.
All right, thank you very much, Professor, for your
Thank
time this morning. It was truly great to speak with you this morning, and thank you to you, David, our capital market correspondent here
welcome.
at Business Day. It was a delight having you on the show this morning, and that's why we bring it to wraps here on the big story today. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more updates.
Eventually, the trade turmoil should abate. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says what follows will be new trade deals. It looks like too much, too quickly, leaving a trail of chaos. Consequences will linger, and businesses, institutions, regulators, and even countries are fashioning and fine-tuning proactive responses. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi movement said on Sunday they were prepared to meet escalation with escalation after U.S. strikes targeted the Iran-aligned group over threats to resume Red Sea shipping attacks. Oil markets were up in early morning trade over 1% towards $72 a barrel as we see risk premium inching up. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we analyze the main business stories. But first, some headlines. Stocks rallied on Friday, recovering steep losses seen over the week on Wall Street as tariff-related headlines somewhat cooled off. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1.65%, the S&P 500 climbed 2.13%, and the Nasdaq advanced 2.61%. Also, the best day in 2025 for both the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq. Also on Friday, we saw University of Michigan consumer sentiment in March in the US down from 64.7 to 57.9 and below forecast of 63.1. Inflation expectations jumped, with Americans saying 12-month inflation up from 4.3% to 4.9%. The US FOMC, that's the Fed Open Market Committee, is expected to hold rates steady. That's on Wednesday. Markets are pricing in also a hawkish slant. We will hear Fed Chair Jay Powell's views and if he comments on the tariff-driven uncertainty. In Europe, European Central Bank Vice President Louis de Guindos on Sunday said US trade policies are causing more uncertainty than there was during COVID. We see more central banks forced to come to terms with how to respond to the trade turmoil as many policy meetings hold this week. US Federal Reserve and the Bank of Japan will meet today and tomorrow with decisions on Wednesday, while on Thursday it will be the turn of the Bank of England. The latest polls show Americans, though still upbeat, are increasingly concerned about the economy and will be scrutinizing February retail sales data, which comes out later today. Baidu has emerged as the latest Chinese tech giant to unveil a new reasoning artificial intelligence model which can compete with DeepSeek's AI solution. The sudden rise of China's artificial intelligence industry has been increasingly unsettling investors in American competitors. In China, steps are being taken to revive consumption by boosting people's incomes, according to news reports. Other measures include stabilizing the stock and real estate markets and offering incentives to raise the country's birth rate as Beijing tries to ease the deflationary pressures afflicting the economy. As Musk faces continued brand backlash from his involvement in DOGE, that's Department of Government Efficiency, his SpaceX capsule docked at the International Space Station, delivering a new crew and rescuing stranded U.S. astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore after being stuck for 9 months in space. UK Prime Minister is struggling to balance the books ahead of the Chancellor's spring statement later this month. Sir Keir Starmer and his government may be forced to back down on some of their goals to execute a £5 billion cost-cutting reform on sickness benefits. And in Europe, Porsche SE, Volkswagen's biggest shareholder, confirmed that it is not considering selling voting shares in Europe's largest car maker, as had been reported. Porsche owns 31.9% of Volkswagen's equity and 53.3% of its voting rights, and also holds a blocking minority in the untraded voting shares in Porsche AG, the luxury sports car maker that was listed in 2022. And in Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says foreign debt service gulped about $5.47 billion between January 2024 and February 2025, further indicating the increasing burden on the nation's revenues, as well as pressures on external reserves and fiscal stability. This was as the total foreign exchange direct remittances increased by 1.3% year on year to $180.03 million in the first 2 months of 2025. It has indeed been a lot of noise in the first quarter of the year, but the new US administration has also sent out some signals that are getting clearer by the day. We look at how the rest of the world may be responding to the world's largest economy, saying they are going through a transition to a more private sector-led economy, which has still foggy implications. But like for every external development, you do get threats and opportunities. European companies are more likely to be the most impacted, perhaps because of the strong alliance Europe had with Biden and the perceived liberal affinity or support for Democrats. This administration is viewing Europe with intense suspicion. My sense is that rather than respond with tit-for-tat brinksmanship or dwell on the obvious ideological gap, this can be an opportunity for Europe to transform its competitiveness and to reconfigure its structures to be more attractive, far more attractive for business. I may agree with French Prime Minister François Bayrou, who said on Sunday that the European Union was probably mistaken in targeting American whiskey in retaliation on this tariff tit-for-tat. Instead, he's calling for talks to avoid more damaging duties on France's cognac industry. Mario Draghi, the former Italian Prime Minister and ex-president of the European Central Bank, could not have put it more bluntly when he warned last year that Europe faced an existential challenge unless it could take advantage of the latest technologies to raise its productivity. In his landmark competitiveness report, he said Europe had largely missed out on the previous internet revolution, pointing out that the EU accounted for only 4 of the 50 top tech companies in the world. The UK have been more nuanced in their response to steel and aluminium tariffs, and they are strategizing on next steps, which will include schmoozing Trump at a Buckingham Palace State dinner to get a UK-US deal announcement. For emerging economies, there are threats and opportunities. India and New Zealand on Sunday announced the relaunch of free trade agreement talks after a 10-year break, following a meeting between New Zealand's Trade Minister Todd Mackley and India's Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. The talks come as India aims to conclude trade negotiations with the US and the European Union also this year. Trade talks with Australia for a comprehensive deal are also in progress, along with renegotiation of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations trade deal. Other emerging economies should step up trade diplomacy as India is doing. Africa is not in the crosshairs of Trump, except maybe South Africa, and the potential of an integrated Africa trading and doing business with itself is still vastly underexploited and has always been a low-hanging fruit. The Africa Free Trade Pact should be stepped up. It needs more speed, ambition, and intensity. And I do not see much future for the US-Africa trade legislation. That's Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. But instead, the US will be more open to bilateral deals with main regional hubs like Nigeria, Egypt, or Kenya, especially in regions where it can counter China's rising influence. Nigeria has an opportunity given the huge win-win potential. South Africa will more likely expand its cooperation with a faster rising China within the BRICS alliance. Emerging markets debt of late has begun to struggle. The market turmoil has broken years of junk debt EM outperformance as we see more risk aversion and forecast of higher rates for longer in the US, making EM junk debt less attractive. The higher for longer cost of borrowing should be a concern, and many African countries need to be restructuring their finances to bring down their debt exposure. China and Russia are also likely to solidify their alliance with strong pushback at any chance of the US trying to align with Russia. It will be interesting to watch the conditions that are eventually agreed for a ceasefire in the Ukraine situation. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are set to hold a call about the Russia-Ukraine war in the coming week. My view is that China is not likely to be as affected by US tariffs as it could if more non-tariff barriers are erected by the US. But we have to watch as more anti-China actions rev up. For more insights on where things stand, the comments by the central bankers this week would be very useful. I would wait for the second quarter to get clarity on the impact of tariffs on inflation and on economic growth. The US administration is also racing to get out its tax cut legislation out before summer, hopefully to override the current negative mood and lift sentiment. China's retail sales was up by 4% in the January to February period from a year ago, compared with the 3.7% year-on-year growth in December, also in line with estimates. Also, Chinese industrial production just out today rose 5.9% year-on-year in the same period, slowing from the 6.2%, but better than the 5.3% forecasted. Meanwhile, fixed asset investment grew by 4.1% year-to-date, that's year-on-year, in January to February, beating the expected 3.6% figure and higher than the 3.2% last month. According to the release, the national economy was off to a steady start with new positive momentum. Still in China, global CEOs including Qualcomm Cristiano Amon and Saudi Aramco's Amin Nasser will travel to Beijing for an annual gathering of top executives, the China Development Forum, which could include private meetings with top leaders like President Xi Jinping. The event runs from March 23rd to 24th. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said yesterday that he is focused on preventing a financial crisis in the US due to massive government spending over the past few years. He added that he is guaranteeing that a financial crisis would have resulted if the new administration had not done a reset and put things on a sustainable fiscal path. And in Europe, UBS Chief Executive Sergio Ermotti retained his status as Europe's best paid bank boss. Last year, he was paid a higher sum than the previous year of $16.8 million. This is as the remuneration in the financial services sector faces growing scrutiny in Switzerland. Drug maker AstraZeneca said today it will buy biotechnology firm EsoBiotech for up to $1 billion. EsoBiotech's engineered nanobody lentiviral platform can genetically modify immune cells directly inside the body, allowing transformative cell therapy treatments in a much shorter period. Asia Pacific markets mostly higher today, with investors watching Chinese equities after the government yesterday announced that it was taking steps to revive consumption and that more details would follow. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. We're on Business Day TV, Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshusami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
There's dignity in labor. Everything in life is about perseverance. And if you don't love what you are doing, you will not make it. There was somebody told me, go home, rent a shop and be selling gari. I am Madam Eunice Carlo. I'm a bus Korokwe driver. By the grace of God, I'm 60. I fly Egbeda to Ikeja on daily basis. I worked for some time, then I stopped. I opened a shop. At the end of the day, the shop closed. When I do take money from home to go to the shop, and it's the money I take from home that will take me home back. So the shop was not moving. After some time, it's my younger brother that now asked me if I can do this. I said yes. Instead of being a liability. Because when I stopped the shop, because it was not adding, it was reducing my finance. He now asked me if I can do this. I said yes. So that's how he bought it for me. I started this in April 2021, and it's my boss that I used to learn. From 2021 till date is what I've been doing, which is 2 years. It depends on the money somebody is expecting on a daily basis. But for me now, the work now, when I think last year it was fair. But this year is nothing to write home about. Since the fuel increase, it's nothing to write home about. But at least, at all, now it was. Sometimes I get 3,000, sometimes I get 5,000. My family is very, very supportive. When I just come out in the morning, when I go home, I just bath and eat, no disturbance. The male gender, most of them see me as a threat because they feel that, you know what your wife or your sister cannot do, that have not been doing. When you see somebody doing it, you feel that this person, just like a woman being a mechanic or being putting roof, so men there will not be comfortable. Sometimes when I overtake some men, they will look at me through the mirror. They say, this grandma, they want to take over. And when they want to take over, when I come here, they will not allow me to go. So I just give them chance. No special treatment. The only people that have not held me on the road is task force and police. Lasma have held me once. When they held me, other drivers fought them. So maybe that was why they've not stopped me again. There should be because we are not many in this field. Apart from being many in this field, I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest among all the drivers I've been seeing. By the grace of God, I'm 60. By the grace of God, I'm having my NCE. I'm an NCE holder. So when there is no work, I have to look for a way of putting my body and soul together. I'm not too good in begging. I find it difficult. For me to be a liability, I find it difficult. Like if I come to your house today, you will give me. You have your own responsibilities. If I come today, tomorrow, you will give me. I will feel bad. Deep down you will not be happy. But because of the kind of relationship we have and the kind of person I am, you say, okay, please take this. And before you give me that, it will take you some time.
It now become a serious competition among men. Like where we are here, when we have two routes, Guinness and General. So each time she is going to General, and while most of the men are avoiding that General and always going to Guinness. So, and what they do say is because she is mama, nobody will challenge her. And we are always avoiding General route. Though it's fun, she's very, very fun to do, very agile. She doesn't back down. Here what they just called her, Madam Ikeja. She doesn't back down.
As a human being, I feel bad at my age doing this. But if I feel bad and sit at home, maybe by now I would have been on wheelchair because I'm not the type that sits idle. Thoughts would have gotten me down. Thoughts of this or that. But by the grace of God, with what I'm doing, I'm using it to foot some of my bills. Not all, but some of my bills. I'm using it to foot it. There's one thing in life. Determination is very, very important. When you are determined on what you want to do, you will have challenges. If my mind is not made up that I'm doing this work, I would have been frustrated out of it. Drivers, they talk anyhow. Passengers, some will tell you, why are you doing this? Why not? There was somebody told me, go home, rent a shop and be selling gari. They have called me COVID. You know that time was the period of COVID-19. They have called me a COVID-19 driver. Somebody said, if you think it's good for you, why are you doing this work at this age? So things like that. Passengers will say so many things. It will enter from this ear and go away from the other ear. Because if I put it in my mind, I will not come out the following day. Everything in life is about perseverance. And if you don't love what you are doing, you will not make it. My challenge in this work now is agbero and fuel. Today I've not worked. The money I used to buy fuel now is the one I worked yesterday. I pay Lagos State. All the money I to pay, I pay. And I don't work in the night. From now, I'm going home. So since I was unable to work in the morning, my going there now, we want to collect all their money. So it's of no use. The advice I have for women, both young and old, begging is not the best. Number one, begging, people look down on you, number one. Number two, when you are begging, you are not sure of what you will get the following day. That is two. Then number three, there's dignity in labor. There's dignity in labor. Like when you come out with your hard-earned money, you know this is the money I earn. You know how to spend it. But if you go out begging, you say by tomorrow, if you're able to get 5,000 today, you say tomorrow I'll get 10,000. What if you go tomorrow, you get 1,000? It will not be able to solve your problem. Apart from that, some women use their body to get what they want. I've been in a situation where somebody asked me, are you not a woman? I say, yes, I'm a woman. But by the grace of God, I can't. I can't. I have my integrity. I feel those people that beg, they put themselves low. Because the person you are going to beg, some will just look at you and say anything they like about you. And that dignity will not be there.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1 by 12. 1 by 12 by 12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1 by 12 by 12 for facing board. So after you roof to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah. At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handle that, Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, Always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
You are watching Business Day Television.
On the show today, we review the NGX in 2025 as well as markets across the world. We are going to be analyzing some of the events that have dictated happenings in the market this year. The NGX is off to its slowest start since 2021, with less than 19 days to the end of the first quarter of the year, to the end of Q1 2025. The market has appreciated by 3.15% year to date. That is as of March 11 yesterday. For most of March, it has been a bearish run as investors have not been enthused by some of the earnings results that have been released. Welcome to Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. Let's get straight into it with a comprehensive market review. This year, the market has produced, that's the NGX, the Nigerian Exchange, produced a year-to-date return of 3.15% as of March 11, with the all-share index at 106,167.75 points. About a month ago on February 13, we saw the market hit a new high with the all-share index at 109,172.04 points, almost hitting the 110,000 mark. I don't know how long we are going to wait to see the market hit that mark. Basically, what we are seeing in Q1 2025 is the slowest run of the market since 2021, when, as of the corresponding period that year, the market produced a negative return of -2%. That year, talking about 2021, throughout 2021, the NGX produced a year-to-date return of 6%. And of the 5 years where we had positive returns over, 2021 produced the smallest return, because in 2020 we had a return of about 45%. In 2022 it was about in the 30% region. Then in 2023 we had a return of 37%. Then in 2024 we had a return of 33%. So are we going to see the same event play out in 2025, considering the fact that we are seeing such a slow run of the market in the first quarter of the year? These are the questions that beg to be asked. Okay, coming into 2025, market analysts and watchers posited that the market will outperform 2024's return. Cardinal Stone, one of the analysts, Cardinal Stone Research, one of the firms that I have been watching, they projected that the market will grow as high as 40.4% in 2025. AfriInvest were rather modest in their expectations and projections. They projected a 24.3% return for the market. According to projections, investors were going to react to the effect of the flurry of corporate actions we saw in 2024. So last year we saw Seplat buy Mobile, we saw Owando buy Ajib, complete the acquisition of Ajib. We saw Enjoy Corp buy Champion Breweries. We saw Nigerian breweries, international breweries raise money through a right issues. Then we also saw a flurry of capital raises due to the banking recapitalization exercise. So we've been seeing we saw a lot of corporate actions in 2024. It was projected that this year we are going to see a boom in the market, as some people put it, like it was going to be a boom due to all of these actions coming together to roost, like chicken coming together to roost. But where we are seeing coming into this year, as we slowly get to the end of Q1 2025, is that investors are not moving that way, especially due to the fact that the fundamentals are not tilting a lot. The fact is that the fundamentals that will drive investors' confidence in stocks are not showing that these companies are performing superlatively. So here is one thing about Nigeria. In the Nigerian Stock Exchange, you can have good results, but to drive the market, you need to have superlative results. So what we are saying is that earnings results are good, but they are not superlative. For example, we saw Dangote Cement post a net profit of 505 billion naira. However, it did not tilt the market. They are still going to pay 13 naira dividends, but it did not. It failed to tilt the market in the ways that we were expecting it to. So, and now one other thing that is also adding to limiting the influence of, that is also limiting the actions of investors in the market, is the continued losses of multinationals. Multinationals from MTN to Unilever to a lot of these consumer goods companies have posted a lot of losses that have added to their accumulated losses and are scrapping the effect, are taking away dividends from the market. For many investors, there will be no dividends, especially if you have your liquidity in multinational companies. Apart from that, we now have a fixed income market that is sapping market liquidity fast and sharp. This year, we have seen subscriptions to treasury bills hit 11.6 trillion naira. That's about 10 times the amount of trade value that we've seen on the NGX this year, or about that figure. So we've seen that the high yields on T-bills, the high yields on treasury bills, the high yields on OMO bills, open market operation bills issued by the CBN has been causing a lot of investors to focus more attention on the fixed income side of things rather than the stock market side of things. So basically, all of this gives a mental picture. The yields we are seeing the yields we see on our fixed income market is giving us a mental picture of where investors, both local and foreign, want to put their money. Although yields are coming down in the market, so we have been seeing yields consistently drop for all of 2025. They are still a catch for many investors, considering the stability of the naira this year. So we've seen yields at 21%. A 21% yield on a naira that is stable at 1,005 is a catch for investors. If you're going to invest $2,000 on or let's go higher and say institutional investors are probably going to put in $1 million on T-bills at 21% over the space of 1 year, 364 days. It's a catch because there is literally no riskless investment scheme. I don't know anywhere in the world that will give you that kind of return. So we've been seeing our fixed income market sap a lot of liquidity away from the equities market. We've not seen any revision of projections for what the NGX will do this year, except but if a significant action like what happened in 2024 can happen. Last year we saw the CBN came up with a recapitalization announcement towards the end on the 29th day of March, and that action literally slowed down the stock market in the ways that were not unimaginable. All of the banking stocks began to crash. So if we can see any such action, we may see a boom in our market. However, going by the way things are right now, it is highly unlikely that the NGX will outperform its 2024 figures. Now we'll take a look at some of the best and the worst performers in the market this year. So if you look, going by our screen, we'll see that the best performer we have in the market is Livestock Feed, one of the subsidiaries of UAC Group, one of the subsidiaries of UAC of Nigeria. Basically, Livestock Feed has been a consistent, profitable company, and last year they did not enter into the space of, they produced positive return in double digits. I think in the 40% region. But this year we see that, okay, investors are now beginning to be more comfortable with profitable companies. So we've seen the same thing when you see from Livestock Feed. But however, one stock here that is challenging that notion is Kellerams. Kellerams is a consistent slow. Kellerams is a consistently not exciting company, but it is what it is. 113% year-to-date return this year. 113% just between January till February, because for all of March, Kellerams has not done any capital appreciation. Honeywell Flour Mills is another impressive performer we've seen in the market. Year-to-date return of 98.7%. One of the things driving Honeywell Flour Mills is that Honeywell Flour Mills has become the poster child for Flour Mills of Nigeria after the delisting of Flour Mills of Nigeria from the exchange this year. We've seen them with the 97.4, and they've stepped back into the region of profitability after that acquisition that was completed in 2023. After the acquisition of Honeywell Flour Mills by Flour Mills of Nigeria, they did not post any profit until last year, until H2 2025, until H1 2025. Then we see Square Nigeria 97.9%. It's another company that's posted a lot of profit. So one thing people do not know about Square Nigeria, which I would say on the show, is that Square Nigeria is owned by Masad Boulos. Masad Boulos is a Lebanese Nigerian, I think an American now. Basically, Masad Boulos is Donald Trump's envoy to the Middle East. Immediately there was an announcement of his position in that part. Immediately there was an announcement of his position on the Trump administration. A lot of people took position in Square Nigeria. So Square Nigeria is our fourth best performer. Then we have Africa Prudential. Africa Prudential is one of the companies owned by Hearst Holding, or famously Mr. Elumelu, that's Mr. Tony. Then UPDC has also performed excellently. Then another stock that, just like Honeywell, is another subsidiary of Flour Mills of Nigeria, Northern Nigeria Flour Mills, which has also performed quite exceptionally. Also, when you now flip the chart, now let's talk about some of the worst performers. Some of the worst performers in the market, they are indicative of the fact that investors are basically taking profit. When you look at some of the worst performers on the stock, they are some of the best performers of last year, of 2024. We start with Suna Assurances that has lost minus 54%. In 2024, Suna Assurances did an 800% return. So basically it means that investors went on that stock. They went on that stock, and in 2025, all they are saying is, I think there's no fundamental driving the returns on this particular stock. There's really no fundamental driving the return. So what they just went in to do, they came in and they're exiting. So for all of the gains that were achieved on Suna Assurances, we've seen it lose almost half of that value, because there's been it's the same thing applies to Unicel Interlinked. Unicel Interlinked did a return of about 527% on the market, and this year we've seen them go just between January till yesterday minus 44%. The same thing applies to Real Exchange, Guinea Insurance, Deep Capital. These are three financial service companies that did a lot in 2024. However, investors are taking profit as they should. We've seen that same trend is visible on Veritas Capital that has done negative 18.5%. Veritas Capital too went up about 500% last year, but however, investors are beginning to exit some of the positions. Despite all of the trades, when you observe the market, you discover that there is a bulk of trade in the bulk of the trade in the market are on financial services stocks. Now let's look at some of the most actively traded stocks. These actively traded stocks were based on the average trading volume of these stocks between January till February. We see Access Holdings with an average trading volume of 44.4 million shares per day, followed by Universal Insurance with 23.4 million shares. They are followed by ICO, Zenith Bank, FBN Holdings, UBA, Fidelity Bank, Sterling Holding, GTCO, and Jais Bank. Of all 10 of the most actively traded stocks in the exchange, 8 are banking stocks. Then we have 2 which are insurance stocks. Basically, for these 8 that are banking stocks, Access Holding has successfully raised capital, Zenith Bank successfully raised capital, Fidelity successfully raised capital, Sterling Holdco raised capital, GTCO raised capital. Basically, they have all issued additional shares on the exchange. So one thing that we can also look out for is in the fact that there's improved liquidity for these stocks. And when you look at all of it, BusinessDay wrote a report stating that people who invested in these capital raises last year are primed to make a killing in the market because of the premium, because of the way the share prices, the market prices have done a premium on the offer prices of those additional shares. So we see that for a lot of investors, a lot of investors have been going all out with these particular stocks to make money, some to take profit, some also to position themselves for further capital appreciation. Another thing that we have to pay attention to is the fact that people are taking position on these shares, and for some of them, they have hit their all-time high in 2025. GTCO hit its all-time high this year, the share price of 62 naira per share. We saw the same thing happen with Zenith Bank, hit an all-time high. All of these stocks have shown that the investors have confidence in these stocks. One, because of their successful capital raises. Also, because they have the potential they are potentially the most profitable companies listed on the exchange this year. Financial services industry has been a huge contributor to Nigeria's GDP growth, and the same thing we have seen in the market. Investors are taking positions on all of them. Okay. What we are going to see in the market going forward is that one important piece of information that we should not forget in the market is the rising tendency of global investors to stick with more experienced markets and more experienced traders. We've seen that. So let me explain why. From COVID period up to 2020, we saw massive government spending through monetary financing. Monetary financing in the term of there was a lot of money printing. That's the word. Not just in Nigeria. In fact, it is reported that 40% of all US dollar in existence were printed between 2020 and 2022. In Europe, there was a huge amount of euro printing, and we saw the same thing in Nigeria. And as monetary financing happened, this spending heavily reflected on stock market. But one thing is, as spending went up, inflation followed, and it triggered a cost of living crisis like never seen before in the 21st century. Between COVID period up to 2022, we saw inflation hit some levels. In the US, it hit a 50-year high as inflation went up to 6% in the US. And in Nigeria, we were not also exempt, as report from the last administration showed that they had borrowed about 23.9 trillion in ways and means from the CBN, leading to inflation rates that were as high as that gave us inflation rates that were as high as what we've not seen since the 1990s. In fact, we had a 28-year high in last year. Basically, as monetary authorities started to try to curtail the effect of this inflation, there was a cutting down on public spending. Public spending regularly trickles into private capital. So we saw a cutting down on public spending, essentially meaning a cutting down on private capital. And for emerging markets such as ours, we'll be seeing it is not untoward, it is not strange, it is not out of pocket for us to see a drop in foreign portfolio participation, especially in our equities market. But basically, let's move on from our local market and let's take up some of the global stock market indices. We've been seeing a lot happening in the global stock market indices. We saw S&P. The S&P 500 is at minus 5.05% year to date. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, which is the index of the 30 most capitalized companies in America, is at minus 30. NASDAQ is at minus 9.57% down from the start of this year. Basically, some of the trends driving it, we see Donald Trump's tariff push has seen companies being wary of consumer spending being dropped down. We've seen a lot of American American government curtailing on their public spending also under Donald Trump, and is greatly affecting their stock market. However, in Europe, we've been seeing the trend is quite opposite. FTSE 100 from the UK, from the London Stock Exchange, is at a 3.43% is year-to-date return. The DAX index, which is the index that tracks the Munich stock market, is at 13.17%. The CAC 40 index is at 8.63%. Euro Stocks 50 tracks the top 50 companies across Europe, 9.18% year-to-date, even outperforming the NGX. And in Africa, the South African Stock Exchange, we've seen the JSE All Share Index hit 3.56%. In India, it's a negative with minus 5.68%, as you can see on your screen. Thank you. That's all we can take for today. See you again next week. See you again on Friday. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Ogbonna. Let's see what's making headlines. Workers need more attention, minimum wage poor, says Obasanjo. Falling petrol price seen threatening oil and gas stock. States plan 28.8 trillion naira on infrastructure. Peace deal must bar Ukraine from NATO, Russian official says. Slot turns attention to Premier League title after Carabao Cup defeat. We begin the news in Nigeria, where former President Olusegun Obasanjo has called for more provisions for workers as their pay can no longer cover their expenses. Obasanjo, in his newly published book, Nigeria, Past and Future, described the workers as victims of those meant to protect their interests, accusing labor leaders of prioritizing personal interests while gestioning workers' welfare. He revealed that Nigerian workers' conditions have become more deplorable despite the 70,000 naira minimum wage approved by President Bola Tinubu last year. According to the former president, the minimum wage does not cover transportation, feeding, housing, and family costs for some workers. Moving on, the escalating competition between Dangote Refinery and PMS importers have posed a significant risk to the future of performance of oil and gas stocks in Nigeria. As of March 12th, the NGX oil and gas index has recorded a 7% decline, driven by a broad downturn among its constituent stocks. MRS Oil Nigeria, a key partner of Dangote Refinery, dropped by 18.3% year-to-date, while Corn Oil PLC went down by 14.5% from its all-time high of 387.20 naira. Nigeria's largest PMS retailer, Total Energies Marketing, also shed 8.74% this year despite strong financials in 2024. While some analysts attribute this downturn to profit-taking, a closer look at stock price movement suggests Dangote Refinery's prices cuts as a more pressing factor. And to end the local news, Nigeria's state governors have revealed plans to boost capital expenditure in states to address the infrastructure deficit in their various domains. The governors have earmarked 17.51 trillion naira to fund capital projects in their 2025 budgets. According to reports, 11.34 trillion naira was earmarked to fund similar projects in 2024 but could not secure sufficient funds, as the states recorded a deficit of 3.98 trillion naira last year. This indicates that the subnationals plan to spend 28.85 trillion naira on infrastructure upgrades to boost economic development in 2 years following the improved revenue allocations from the federal government. And on the foreign scene, a Russian deputy foreign minister has revealed that Russia will seek guarantees that NATO will exclude Ukraine from membership while Ukraine will remain neutral in any peace deal. This comes as US President Donald Trump revealed that he will be speaking to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Tuesday, March 18th, as talks continue over a possible ceasefire in the 3-year war in Ukraine. Trump, speaking on Air Force One on Sunday, March 15, says a lot of work was done over the weekend to see if they can bring that war to an end. To end the news, Liverpool manager Arne Slot has turned his attention to the Premier League title chase after the Reds suffered a 2-1 defeat to Newcastle United in Carabao Cup final at Wembley on Sunday. The defending champions endured a disappointing week, having also been knocked out of the Champions League on penalties by Paris Saint-Germain 4 days earlier. Despite these setbacks, Liverpool remain on course for Premier League glory, sitting 12 points clear of second-placed Arsenal with 9 matches left. And these are the top headlines on BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Ogbonna. Stay tuned for more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.